Chapter 31:45. The sun rose and the moon set. The cycle of day and night was endless. The four seasons rotated and the world changed. Time flew by. Gradually, the fusion of the universe accelerated. The tremors became more and more intense, and more disasters occurred. More and more creatures died. But in the later stages of the fusion, the chaotic universe gradually took shape. The tremors began to weaken, and the disasters gradually decreased. Those who died were long gone, and those who survived had more or less obtained opportunities to become more powerful. The creatures born in the new chaotic universe had more extraordinary talent and were more suitable for cultivation. More resources and treasures were born. But all of this had nothing to do with Qinzhong. Or rather, it had nothing to do with the current Qinzhong. In the Chaos Cage, Qinzhong was still comprehending. After receiving a bit of the origin of the will of the outer universe, the heavenly will sword was constantly repairing itself. Gradually, it produced extraordinary power. It was an indescribable mystery, and Qinzhong was comprehending this mystery. He had been comprehending it since its birth, and his gains were astonishing. Finally, that bit of heavenly path origin from the outer universe was completely absorbed by the will heavenly sword. The will heavenly sword's restoration had reached its peak. There was a violent tremor, and a shocking aura emanated from it. A wave of power emanated from the depths of the sword, surging endlessly. The aura was biting cold as it covered the sword. Strong, very strong. This level of power made Qinzhong secretly happy. The power of a supreme treasure. No, it's not the power of a true supreme treasure. It should be a half-supreme treasure. A half-supreme treasure was between a sacred implement and a supreme treasure. It was at the level of the vermilion bird Holy Land's vermilion bird heavenly flame. Its power was obviously superior to a sacred implement, but it was still inferior to a true supreme treasure. Although it was not a true supreme treasure, a half-supreme treasure was still very good, especially the heavenly will sword. Previously, in order to escape, he had not hesitated to completely destroy the sea-suppressing orb to explode with an extremely powerful sword. He had used it to block the demon's attack and escape. Losing the sea-suppressing orb naturally caused Qinzhong's overall power to decrease greatly. It was difficult for him to reach the level of a divine ancestor. But now, the heavenly will sword had been repaired from a sacred implement to a half-supreme treasure. Its power had increased by several times. The heavenly will sword, a half-true treasure, is no less effective than the true treasure, the ocean-suppressing pearl. After carefully sensing it, Qinzhong could not help but laugh. The ocean-suppressing orb was different from the heavenly will sword. The heavenly will sword was a sword, while he was a sword cultivator. A sword and a sword cultivator were more compatible. Secondly, the heavenly will sword was one with his inner universe, which meant that Qinzhong could fully utilize every bit of the heavenly will sword's potential. In this way, the heavenly will sword in his hands would not be inferior to the sea-suppressing pearl. Carefree, Qinzhong couldn't help but feel happy. Through the restoration of the heavenly will sword to a half-true treasure, I can also feel its mysteries. It's time to continue comprehending the sword principle. This time, I will definitely be able to comprehend a higher level of the sword principle. His shining eyes became clear, and then he closed them. All distracting thoughts were eliminated. His mind, chaotic prime, was also operating to the extreme. Qinzhong's mind seemed to be divided into thousands of parts, and each part could be comprehended independently. All kinds of mysteries were constantly being comprehended by Qinzhong. Endless mysteries of swordsmanship emerged one after another. These mysteries of swordsmanship constantly collided, merged, and burst forth into new and higher mysteries of swordsmanship, advancing layer by layer. This was the limit of the current stage. The next step was to break the limit and push the realm of swordsmanship and sword principle to a higher level. The higher realm of swordsmanship and sword principle was incomparably superior. Qinzhong was not absolutely confident. To put it simply, his current sword principle realm had already reached the limit of the current stage. It belonged to the limit of the saint level. Pristine saint, great saint, and even divine ancestor level all belong to the saint level. In other words, his swordsmanship and sword principle realm had reached the limit of divine ancestor level sword cultivation. Speaking of which, he was not inferior to a top divine ancestor sword cultivation like the eternal sword sovereign. It was only in terms of application that there was a gap due to the difference in time. However, he had previously discussed the sword principle with the eternal sword sovereign. After that, he had gone through many battles and constantly improved. As a result, he was now not much worse than the eternal sword sovereign. Comprehension. Continuous comprehension. In Chunzong's mind, there seemed to be thousands of sword lights flashing and disappearing. They were constantly in a state of disillusionment. Every time they were disillusioned, Chunzong would be inspired. The inspiration also continued to accumulate, becoming more and more vigorous. It continued to accumulate, waiting to erupt and undergo a qualitative change. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, there seemed to be a sword chime that sounded from the void of the chaotic cage. Chunzong's long hair suddenly fluttered. Every strand of hair was suffused with a layer of luster and revealed an incomparably shocking sharpness. The sharpness seemed to be able to penetrate and tear through everything. Sword essence. That was the pinnacle of sword will. This sword will was changing rapidly, evolving towards a higher level. Traces of mysterious aura were also spreading, constantly spreading out and filling the surroundings. This kind of mystery was not only about sharpness, but also caused the originally extreme sharpness to begin to converge, as if returning to its original state. However, the sharpness was not damaged at all, nor was it weakened at all. Instead, it became even more tyrannical and shocking. Erupt. After the sword essence had transformed to the extreme, it completely erupted. The converged sharpness was also released in an instant, as if it was going to tear through everything. The void of the chaotic cage faintly trembled. Chunzong's closed eyes then opened. His eyes shone brightly, like the sharpness of a divine sword tearing through everything. The void of the chaotic cage shook again, as if it was going to set off a frenzy. Release. The continuous release of the sword essence became more and more tyrannical, affecting the surroundings and causing waves of fluctuations. Every part of his body was gushing out an astonishing amount of sword chi. It was pure sword chi. It was an extremely profound sword chi that contained an indescribable mystery. It carried an even more superior sword intent after the transformation. Is this a higher level of sword principle? Chunzong's eyes shone with boundless light, as though there were two swords contained within them. Boundless sword energy circled around his body, causing him to radiate a brilliant light. This kind of light was not as intense and dazzling as the sun. Instead, it had a kind of clarity, a kind of extremely pure light. What level of sword principle is this? Although he knew that his sword principle had broken through to a higher level, Chunzong actually did not know much about this realm. The heavenly will sword suddenly trembled, and another piece of information swept over like a torrent, rushing directly into Chunzong's mind and being received by Chunzong. I see. Although the sword principle realm is divided carefully, it can't be separated from the words divine transcendence. Sword principle at the divine transcendence realm, followed by the divine transcendence realm. My previous sword principle realm was at the divine transcendence realm, at the peak of the divine transcendence realm. Peak. After the divine transcendence realm, it is the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm of the transcendent realm is an extremely brilliant sword principle, beyond imagination. Its sharpness is completely restrained, truly returning to its original state. But when it erupts, it will be enhanced to the extreme in an instant, surpassing the limit. This sword principle realm is also called the divine transcendence realm. It is the true divine transcendence realm, meaning that one sword can connect with the gods. This divine transcendence realm was not the same as the divine transcendence realm in the void of his hometown in the outer universe. The name was the same, but the meaning was completely different. The sword can connect with the gods. Chunzong muttered to himself, revealing a look of disbelief and joy. According to the information given to him by the heavenly will sword, the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm had its own mysteries in addition to its astonishing sharpness. Then, what is the mystery of my divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm? Chunzong carefully comprehended. Different sword cultivators, after mastering the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm of the divine transcendence realm, would have different mysteries, and these mysteries would be closely related to their own experiences and temperament. As Chunzong comprehended, a wisp of sword chi also appeared on Chunzong's fingertip, flickering in and out. Its sharpness was restrained, like flowing water, making it difficult for people to perceive its mysteries. But gradually, some kind of mystery seemed to be stimulated from the sharpness, and an extremely shocking sharpness directly gushed out. The sharpness was unstoppable, as if nothing in the world could resist it. Sever. Chunzong's eyes shone with unparalleled coldness, cutting through everything and being extremely sharp. This is the secret of my godlike sword Dao. Immediately after, the aura changed again. It changed from an extremely sharp aura to an extremely powerful and domineering aura. Chunzong was secretly shocked. How could this be? My celestial sword realm has more than one profound mystery. There's a second one. Chunzong was secretly surprised. Soon after, he was shocked again. This was because Chunzong felt that his celestial sword realm seemed to be nurturing other auras, which represented different mysteries of the celestial sword realm. Generally speaking, most swordsmen who raised their sword Dao to the godlike sword realm would only master one profound mystery. Very few could master two. As for three, it was simply amazing. But now, he had actually grasped two of the mysteries of the Ascension sword realm, and there seemed to be a third one being born. This was simply unbelievable. Immediately after, Chunzong laughed heartily. The more mysteries of the Ascension sword realm he grasped, the better. This meant that his sword Dao would be more comprehensive and powerful. I wonder if I can break this chaos cage and get out now? Chunzong could not help but think. After a long period of comprehension and research, Chunzong already knew that the airflow of the chaos cage was the power after comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe. In other words, if he wanted to break it, he had to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe and transform his power. But now, his cultivation had not reached the completion of the inner universe. In addition, he was completely isolated from the outside universe in the chaos cage. There was no way for him to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe. Moreover, his cultivation path was created by himself and was unique. He still did not know how to comprehend the true essence of the universe. However, the celestial sword realm is to break through the saint realm, which is the transcendence realm. It's comparable to comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe. Chunzong said to himself, not every swordsman who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe could master the celestial sword realm. In fact, most swordsmen who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe were still in the saint realm. Chapter 3146. It's a new month. I need a few monthly tickets to keep up appearances. Inside the chaotic cage, Chunzong's expression was solemn. He raised his sword to his eyebrows. His eyes were at the same level as the sword as he stared ahead. His ascension-level swordsmanship allowed Chunzong to see the flow of the chaotic airflow more clearly. The chaotic airflow did not flow completely in one direction. Some of it flowed forward, while some flowed backward. They formed a cross, and small cyclones were born where they intersected. The cyclones spun endlessly like vortexes containing a terrifying force. Shunshao. Shenzong shouted and swung his sword. The sword light turned into an aurora that tore through the air and tore through everything. Streaks of chaotic aura were torn apart in an instant. Shen Xiao's sword had an irresistible force. The mysteries of the celestial plane of swordsmanship were brought to bear. The unique mysteries of the celestial plane of swordsmanship were infused into the sword, making the sword even more powerful. However, when Shen Xiao's sword hit a chaotic cyclone, it broke through it. But Shenzong also keenly felt that the power of Shen Xiao's sword was constantly being weakened by the chaotic cyclone. One streak, two streaks, three streaks, Shen Xiao's sword broke through one cyclone after another, but it was constantly weakened. In the end, after breaking through 5 chaotic cyclones, its power was completely drained. It could no longer move forward, but it had not even penetrated half of the chaotic gas layer. Again, this sword was 3 times the power of Shen Xiao's sword. Its power was even more powerful. The sword tore through the sky and once again broke through the chaotic airflow and shattered the chaotic vortexes. It was extremely powerful and unstoppable. However, in the end, it was still a little short and was unable to completely break through the layer of chaotic airflow. 3 times the power of the ancient stars. A huge shadow of star emerged and quickly solidified before pushing out. The void produced a series of explosive sounds, as if it was being crushed. Streams of chaotic airflow were suddenly crushed onto the ancient star. Streams of chaotic airflow were also crushed, but at the same time, the ancient star was continuously weakened by the power of the chaotic airflow. In the end, it was completely consumed. It was still unable to break through the layer of chaotic airflow. Not enough. Shenzong withdrew his sword. His eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed as he pondered. Even though his way of the sword had broken through to the Ascension realm, the power of the single-hearted sword principle had increased by several times. The power of the 4 ultimate techniques had also increased, especially the divine clouds and eternal stars, which were compatible with the mysteries of the Ascension realm. However, it was still not enough to break through the chaos cage. I need to become stronger, Shenzong muttered to himself. His tone was incomparably firm and filled with shocking sharpness. Since the 2 profundities of the godlike sword realm were the sharpness that could cut through everything and the domineering power, then he would deduce the 2 ultimate techniques of divine firmament and eternal star to further perfect and increase their power. As for the 3rd profound mystery, it was still evolving. Shenzong did not know when it would be completed. Meditating, continuously meditating. Every time he gained something, Shenzong would swing his sword and attack, using the chaotic airflow as an enemy to perform his ultimate techniques. Over and over again, he continued to modify and perfect the 2 ultimate skills, divine firmament and eternal stars. They continued to improve, and their power became more and more tyrannical. Time passed, but Shenzong could not feel it. He had completely forgotten about it. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in meditating. Other than the fact that it was difficult to increase his cultivation level, all other aspects were constantly improving and reaching a higher level. On this day, Shenzong woke up from his meditation again. His eyes shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. A smile appeared on his face. I've already comprehended the 2 ultimate techniques of divine firmament and eternal star to the extreme, Shenzong said to himself. It's difficult to improve further. I need enough practice. Then, let's break through now. Just one sword. In an instant, the chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex in the inner universe suddenly spun violently. Now, the chaotic origin heart force vortex had been continuously cultivated. Although the improvement was slow, it had reached the level of 46 miles, which was much more powerful than before. Shrink. The chaotic origin heart force vortex in the violent vortex began to shrink inwards. The more it shrank, the stronger the power nurtured within. This was Shenzong's secret method of erupting the chaotic origin heart force. Previously, Shenzong could only achieve 3 times the compression and 3 times the eruption. However, After a long period of meditation, he finally comprehended a stronger eruption that exceeded 3 times, and even 4 times. However, it was not so easy to perform this higher eruption. It required some time to prepare. One breath. In just one breath, Chunzong's chaotic origin heart force nebula vortex had shrunk to the extreme. It had shrunk 5 times, which meant that it would erupt with 5 times the power. One breath was the time of a normal blink of an eye. It was very short, but for a powerhouse, one breath was enough to change a lot. For example, Chunzong could swing hundreds or thousands of swords in one breath. Therefore, one breath was very short for an ordinary person, but for a powerhouse, one breath could be very long. After one breath, 5 times the eruption, the divine firmament sword. This sword strike was sharp to the extreme, and it swept through everything before it. It directly shattered strands of chaotic chi and destroyed numerous chaotic chi vortexes, and it pressed forward like a hot knife through butter. It tore through all obstacles and destroyed, tore apart, and slashed apart everything in its path. This sword was the full power of Chunzong's sword. Under 5 times the eruption, it was impossible to perform a second sword in a short time. This sword carried all of Chunzong's hopes. If it still could not break through the layer of chaotic airflow, then he did not know how long it would take for him to be able to master a stronger attack. After all, he had already dug out his potential to the limit. It was impossible for him to go any further in a short time. One by one, he broke through the layers, penetrating everything. The last chaotic cyclone was finally broken, and the power of the sword light was left with only a trace. It directly rushed forward and disappeared. Chunzong could not help but feel nervous. Did this mean that he had broken the cage of chaos or not? Suddenly, the wisps of chaotic airflow began to fade and gradually disappeared. Chunzong was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Finally, he had broken the cage of chaos. After breaking the cage of chaos, he could finally leave this place. The excitement in his heart was indescribable, but he gradually calmed down. It's not 10 times. Just a 10-fold increase in power is not enough to break the cage of chaos and get out. The level of the chaotic airflow was equivalent to the divine ancestor level power that had comprehended the first level of the truth of the universe. For the divine ancestor level power, it was a transformation and had begun to show essential differences. Even if the amount of power was the same, the essence was different. It was like a kilogram of wood and a kilogram of steel. They both weighed 1 kilogram, but the hardness of the steel was far greater than that of the wood. In this way, it was said that a 10-fold increase in power could break through the layer of chaotic airflow, but in fact, it was not. After all, the heavenly will sword had been upgraded to a semi-supreme treasure, and the increase in power had become more obvious. It was at least twice as strong as before when it was a top divine weapon. In addition, he had comprehended the Ascension level sword principle and continued to study it, unearthing the mysteries of the Ascension level sword principle and the power of the 2 mysteries. Under the superposition, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The other 3 times increase in power had also increased to 5 times. In this way, it was more than 10 times the increase in power. It was a transformation of the essence of power. After breaking the cage of chaos, I will have more power than before. Chunzong was secretly delighted. I will be much stronger than when I had the ocean-suppressing orb. I should not be inferior to the ancient swordmaster. No, the ancient swordmaster had not broken through to the ascension level back then, nor had he comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. I will be stronger than the ancient swordmaster then. According to the information left to him by the will of the outer universe, after breaking the cage of chaos, his power should be enough to protect himself in the new chaotic universe. Chunzong could not help but be shocked. The power to protect himself. Was it only the ability to protect himself? It was simply unimaginable. It must be known that with his current power, Chunzong was confident that he could defeat the ancient swordmaster, who was a top divine ancestor expert. In the new chaotic universe, such power was only enough to protect himself. Then, How terrifying would the experts of the new chaotic universe be? Thinking about it, Chunzong could not help but feel extremely shocked, but at the same time, an indescribable feeling of excitement rose in him. Such a powerful, new chaotic universe would have so many experts. It will be even more exciting. Now, he couldn't wait to see the new and more powerful chaotic universe. In addition, he did not know how many years had passed. He did not know how Nianxin was now, and he did not know if his father and the others were still alive. With a thought, Chunzong turned into a sword light. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it directly cut through the void and disappeared into it. In a certain part of the void of the chaotic universe, a crack suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. Then, a stream of light with an indescribable mystery quickly flew out from it. The sword light was restrained, and a figure appeared. It was Chunzong. As soon as Chunzong appeared, he immediately felt that the extremely rich heavenly Tao aura was filled in all directions. This heavenly Tao aura was at least 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. At the same time, the density and purity of the universe's vitality was also 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. 10,000 times! Chunzong could not help but gasp. The will of the heavenly Tao in the new chaotic universe was 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. What kind of concept was that? At that time, the will of the heavenly Tao in the inner universe was indeed stronger than the will of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe, but it was only about 10 times stronger. As for the core universe, although he had never been there, he expected it to be only about 10 times stronger than the inner universe. Even if it was more, it would not be more than 100 times stronger. Now, the will of the heavenly Tao in the new chaotic universe was 10,000 times stronger than that of the outer universe. The gap was really too big. Even the vitality of the universe was 10,000 times stronger than before. What did that mean? It meant that in the new chaotic universe, cultivation would become easier, even as simple as eating and drinking. It also meant that more powerful cultivators would be born. Chapter 31:47. 1,000 years. I didn't expect that I would actually stay in the chaos cage for 1,000 years. After Chunzong inquired about the news, he immediately showed a face full of sighs and sighed from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Previously, he had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. He didn't expect to stay in the chaos cage for 1,000 years. It was even longer than his previous experiences. It was hard to imagine. 1,000 years later, the original outer universe, interlayer universe, inner universe, and core universe all disappeared. Or rather, they merged into a new chaotic universe. It was a super universe that was 100 times larger than the outer universe. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but the human clan, origin clan, undead, demons, and other races coexisted. It was many times more complicated than before, and there were more experts. This was a great era, an extremely prosperous era. In this great era, there were countless geniuses and experts. 10,000 times the way of the heavens and the universe's chi. Even a pig can become very strong, Chunzong said to himself. Thinking about it, with more than 10,000 times more heavenly Tao and universal Yuan Qi than before, the difficulty of cultivation would be reduced by more than 10,000 times. In the past, those with mediocre aptitudes and mediocre aptitudes would find it difficult to enter the heavenly Tao. In the past, those with low aptitudes and slow cultivation could easily improve their cultivation. In the past, those with low aptitudes and slow cultivation could also easily comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly Tao and reach a higher level. However, a real expert can't be created by a superior environment. Chunzong was very clear about this. Any expert not only had extraordinary strength, but also had an amazing temperament. This temperament had nothing to do with their personality or behavior, but was closely related to the training they had undergone. With a good environment, it was easy to cultivate, and it could give birth to more experts. However, it was not that easy to become a true expert who could move unhindered in the world. It required enough tempering and unyielding tempering before there was any hope of success. In a huge city in the void, Chunzong was drinking wine as he pondered. The chaotic universe had changed. It was different from the universe of the past. Many things had disappeared, and many things had reappeared. Chunzong couldn't find any news about Taihao Mountain. There were two possibilities for this. The first was that Taihao Mountain had been unable to withstand the fusion of the universe and had been reduced to ashes. The second was that Taihao Mountain was too insignificant compared to the current chaos verse. It no longer had the status of a holy land that it once had in the outer universe. It was precisely because they were too insignificant that they weren't that famous. No matter what, Chunzong knew that he had to find Taihao Mountain. Whether it had disappeared or disappeared, it was very likely that Nianxin was still waiting for him in Taihao Mountain. In addition, he had to make a trip back to his void hometown to see if his father and the others were still alive. There was one more thing, and that was to restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a true treasure. How to repair it? Chunzong already knew that it was hunting. What should I hunt? Fiendish demon. In the past, the will of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe had been defeated by that terrifying demon. Because of this, the will of the universe hated that demon to the core. Who said that the will of the universe didn't have emotions? In fact, it did, but it was different from humans. In most cases, the will of the universe was indifferent. It stood at a commanding height and overlooked all the vicissitudes of life. But sometimes there was still a bias. For example, those who could be listed in the 3 lists of the outer universe will be favored by the will of the universe. The higher the ranking, the greater the favor. This itself was a kind of bias. Therefore, the origin of the will of the universe in the outer universe could restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a half-true treasure, but it was very difficult to further restore it to the level of a true treasure. Even in the current environment of the chaos verse, it would take a long time. A true treasure in itself had incredible power. It was equivalent to the power of a divine ancestor. It was very powerful. Even in the core universe of the past, a divine ancestor wasn't considered a weakling. Those who could be listed as a first-class master were not weak, even in the current chaos verse. Therefore, if he wanted to restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a true treasure as soon as possible, he would have to hunt down demons and devour their origin as nutrients to restore the heavenly will sword to the level of a true treasure in the shortest time possible. Chunzong increasingly felt that the complete heavenly will sword wasn't just a true treasure. After all, a true treasure was only at the level of a divine ancestor. But in the current chaos verse, a divine ancestor's intelligence was considered good and could barely be considered a master. Therefore, the complete heavenly will sword was very likely to be beyond the level of a true treasure. The environment had changed into the chaos verse. The value of the past divine crystals and other treasures had also decreased greatly. This meant that Chunzong's astonishing wealth had also decreased greatly. It had decreased by at least 10,000 times. Chunzong felt helpless, but he had to sell it because it had no value in the chaos verse. Cosmos divine crystals weren't the only currency in the chaos verse. Cosmos divine crystals could only be regarded as an ordinary currency used by those who were weaker. The best currency was the chaotic divine crystal. Chunzong didn't even have a single chaotic divine crystal. However, he was lucky. Chunzong actually had some antiques in his collection. The environment of the chaotic universe was more complicated than before. The past universe had become history. Even though it had only been 1,000 years, it was like ancient times to many people. After all, some creatures had survived the fusion of the universes, but there were more creatures who were born after the fusion of the universes and were directly born in the chaotic universe. Among these creatures born in the chaos verse, some of them were interested in the former universe and the things left behind by the former universe. They consciously collected them. Chunzong had a lot of them. He selected some of them to sell and received a lot of chaotic divine crystals. This is the chaotic divine crystal. Chunzong held an egg-sized divine crystal in his hand. It was gray all over. This gray color was very pure and exquisite. The power it contained was also very pure and vigorous. The value of a chaotic divine crystal was equivalent to 10,000 cosmos divine crystals. The difference was huge. Chunzong sold some of the so-called antiques that were worth hundreds of chaotic divine crystals. It was considered a big fortune. It's time to go. I'll continue to gather information in other places. Chunzong thought. He rode a sword light and flew out of the Void City toward the outside Chaos Verse. Chunzong had already scouted this city. In a vast Chaos Verse, this Void City was just a small city. It was just a small city with limited information in all aspects. If he wanted to find out more information, he would have to go to some of the bigger Void Cities. Now the cities in the Chaos Verse are divided into 3 levels: Void City, Universe City, and Chaos Level. Void City, Universe City, and Chaos City. I'll go to Chaos City. I should be able to gather more information there. Maybe I can even find some information about Taihao Mountain. The sword light flew rapidly in the Chaos Void. The restrictive force was many times stronger than the outer universe. This meant that even Chunzong's speed was greatly affected. He was many times slower than before. If Chunzong had been the outer universe in the past, with his current strength, he would have been able to travel 10,000 miles in a single breath. Now, however, his speed had been reduced by many times. Even with his current speed, he could only travel 50,000 meters in a single breath. 500 meters was 1 mile. Now, Chunzong could only travel 100 miles in a breath. This was extremely fast for ordinary people, but it was extremely slow compared to before. Moreover, Chunzong could feel that the reason he could travel 100 miles in a breath was because his sword principle had broken through to the godlike sword realm. Otherwise, his speed would be 10 times slower. He could only travel 10 miles in a breath. 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. This kind of speed was really too slow. Even if it was 50,000 meters, Chunzong still felt that it was slow. Fortunately, he gradually got used to it. After all, it was not only him, but also the other cultivators. They were all greatly restricted. Unfortunately, the void teleportation formation in the Void City was limited in scale. The teleportation distance was also very limited. However, it consumed a lot of Chaos Divine Gems. In addition, although there were Chaos Divine Boats that could fly across the sky, there were very few Chaos Divine Boats in the Void City. Usually, one would have to wait for a long time. Chunzong didn't want to wait. Let's fly first. We'll talk about it later. Not long after Chunzong flew out of the Void City, a thick streamer burst out at an astonishing speed. It sped over at a speed of 100,000 meters in a breath and chased after Chunzong. After stopping in front of Chunzong, streamers appeared from the flying boat and quickly spread out. There were a total of 10 people, and they formed a circle to surround Chunzong. Vaguely, the auras of these 10 people were connected. They could condense into one at any time and erupt with even more tyrannical power. Chunzong could also clearly feel that the cultivation level of these 10 people was at the Great Saint Realm. "What's the matter?" Chunzong asked without changing his expression. He was a little surprised. In the past, the Great Saint Realm was rare. The number of Great Saints in the entire outer universe was very limited. However, in the chaotic universe, the Great Saint Realm was nothing. This was because the chaotic universe's Heaven Tao was 10,000 times clearer and stronger than before. As a result, it was more powerful, clearer, and easier to comprehend. Therefore, the difficulty of breaking through to the Saint Realm was reduced by 1,000 times. By the same logic, it was easier for a pristine Saint Realm to advance to the Great Saint Realm. It was also easier for a Great Saint Realm to advance to the Divine Ancestor Realm. However, comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe was much more difficult. This was because comprehending the first level of the true essence of a universe would make one a true expert in the chaotic universe. There was still a clear gap between a false expert and a true expert. "Our young master invites you," one of them suddenly said with a smile. It seemed to be an invitation, but his tone and attitude were very tough. Chapter 31:48. 10 people, 10 experts, were surrounding Chunzong. Their auras were connected, and they could set up a formation at any time to imprison the surroundings and suppress him. "Who is your young master?" Chunzong asked. "Cut the crap. Take him down." Another person roared impatiently. Immediately, tyrannical aura fluctuations burst out from the 10 people, rushing in all directions. The power of the Great Saint Realm was also fully unleashed. If it was in the outer universe, such a burst of power would definitely cause a violent storm that would sweep across dozens or even hundreds of miles. But now, it could only affect a few hundred meters. The will of heavenly way of the chaotic universe was 10,000 times stronger. Although it could allow cultivators to feel and comprehend more clearly, it also had greater restrictions. When the auras of the 10 people burst out, Chunzong felt that their auras were directly connected as one, as if they had turned into a cage that fell directly. The heavenly way and pneuma in the cage decreased by more than half. "I see." Chunzong understood in an instant. This formation could isolate to a certain extent. No, it should be said to weaken it. It turned the formation into a small cage and isolated it from the outside world, causing the heavenly way and pneuma in the small cage to decrease. It would affect the strength of the people in the small cage. It was indeed a good method, which was very rare in the outer universe. "He's just an upper-level saint. Take him down," the leader said. All 10 great saints attacked at once. Rumble. As soon as he attacked, he sent out 10 palm prints from all directions. Each palm print contained an astonishing amount of power that seemed to be able to suppress everything. However, in the chaotic universe, their power was suppressed countless times, and their destructive power was greatly reduced. Although Chunzong felt that the power was greatly reduced, it actually had no effect on him. It was because Chunzong's way of cultivation was different from that of orthodox cultivators. The level of his strength was not absolutely related to external factors. The 10 palm prints came in an instant, and each of them was very tyrannical, bringing some pressure to Chunzong. In terms of cultivation level, Chunzong was actually about the same as these 10 people. The only difference was that Chunzong had comprehended and mastered the Ascension Sword Realm. The Godspan Sword Realm was the highest level of the Tao of the Sword. It was equivalent to comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe, which was beyond the sacred ancestor level. Without unsheathing his sword, Chunzong merely used his fingers as a sword to swipe across the air. His aura was restrained, as if there was no smoke or fire involved. The 10 palm prints shattered in an instant. "He's very strong. He's not an ordinary upper saint. Work together." With a loud shout, waves of aura burst out in an instant, like thousands of waves crashing into the sky. Then, a huge palm appeared in the sky with 5 fingers spread out. Each finger was as thick as a person's waist, and it struck down from the sky. Strong, his power had increased explosively, reaching the level of a sacred ancestor. His methods were truly astonishing. As the palm fell, the huge palm was filled with astonishing power. Wisps of terrifying aura fluctuations lingered around it, like chains that were about to suppress and capture Chunzong. However, Chunzong smiled and swiped his fingers again. Layers of ripples spread out from his fingertips, but he did not tear the void apart. Without unsheathing his sword, Chunzong's current strength was very strong even among the sacred ancestor level. However, he still could not tear the space of the chaotic universe apart. It was enough to show how strong the space of the chaotic universe was. Under the sword, the huge palm print was immediately hit and cut open. Broken. The small world of the formation cage collapsed, and the 10 great saints were all injured. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc inside them. It was extremely painful. It hurts. How can this be? How can this person be so strong? Chunzong did not immediately kill them. Instead, he captured all of them and began to interrogate them. For example, who was their young master? For example, more information about the chaotic universe. Chunzong did not know much about the small void city just now. After all, The small Void City belonged to the lowest level of Void City in the chaotic universe. There were fewer experts, and the information they had was more ordinary. The more secretive the information was, the more powerful the expert was. Being weak was the original sin. If Chunzong was not strong enough this time, he would have been directly captured by these 10 people. The so-called young master invited him was just a casual excuse. I see. Chunzong interrogated all kinds of information from the 10 great saints. After combining them, he suddenly had a more intuitive and in-depth understanding of the chaotic universe. The cultivation system of the chaotic universe, or the division of cultivation levels, was different from before. The lowest level was the so-called foundation building, which was the foundation building. The foundation of cultivation was still at the mortal level. After that, it was called transcendental, which was the level beyond the mortal level. They had mastered incredible power and comprehended the great Tao. They had a preliminary understanding of the mysteries and mighty power of the great Tao and could easily kill a cultivator at the foundation building level. Above the transcendental level was the saint level, which was the so-called saint level. Foundation building, transcendental, and saint. In the past, there were many levels. For example, the transcendental level in the outer universe was divided into the 1st to the 7th level. In the inner universe, it was divided into the human, earth, and sky. Now, they were all classified as transcendental. Of course, there were also high and low levels in the transcendental level, but the division was not so detailed. After all, in the chaotic universe, the heavenly Tao was clearer, and the universe's Yuan Qi was denser. The babies born here had higher talent, and it was easier for them to cultivate. They could easily cultivate to the transcendent realm, and many could even break through to the saint realm. The saint level was the saint level. In the past, it was very difficult to break through to the saint level in the outer universe, and there was a great risk of death. However, breaking through to the saint level in the chaotic universe was almost no risk of death. It was much easier. The saint level was divided into 3 levels: lower saint, middle saint, and upper saint. Lower saint corresponded to the little saint level. Middle saint corresponded to the great saint level, and upper saint corresponded to the divine ancestor level. Only the saint level could enter the void, but the flying speed was very slow. If the transcendents did not have any protection, they could easily die as soon as they entered the void. The void of the chaotic universe was filled with countless rays invisible to the naked eye. These rays were harmless to the saint level, but they were like poison to the transcendents. There was another level above the saint level called the true saint level. True saint. This was a cultivator who had comprehended the first level of the universe's true essence. He was already a true master, and in the chaotic universe, he would be a master overseeing a region. The information that these 10 great saints or middle saints knew was limited. They only knew that the highest level was the true saint level. However, if one is a true saint after comprehending the first level of the universe, then one should be a demigod after comprehending the second level of the universe's true essence. Chunzong thought. In that case, the so-called true god should be above the demigod level. I wonder if there are any true gods in the chaotic universe? True gods. That was a supreme existence, a legend, and a yearning. Chunzong did not know if there were any true gods in the chaotic universe. These 10 middle saints were useless and were directly killed by Chunzong. Before they died, their faces were filled with disbelief. "You will die. Our young master will not let you go." They roared one after another. The young master they were talking about was the young master of the Netherwind clan in the Netherlight City. The Netherwind clan was very strong, and there were true saints in the clan. True saint. Chunzong revealed a smile. He was also a true saint. If they really fought, it was not clear who was stronger and who was weaker. No fear. There are many races in the chaotic universe today, but they are mainly the human race, the origin race, the ancient demon race, the ancient demon race, and the divine demon race. In addition, what is the relationship between the ancient demon race and the ancient demon race and the demon that broke the will of the outer universe? In addition, there is the most mysterious god. What kind of existence is that? Chunzong's figure flashed and directly entered the chaotic flying ship. After exploring it for a while, he began to activate it. This was a low-level chaotic flying ship. It had basic protective measures that could isolate the attack of cosmic rays. Those below the Saint Realm would not be harmed if they stayed in it. The flying speed of the low-level chaotic flying ship was 100,000 meters in a breath. Of course, it was nothing in the past, but now it was not slow at all. At least it was faster than him flying at full speed. After all, he could only fly 50,000 meters in a breath at full speed. The difference was double. The difference was still shocking. Basically, a true Saint Realm expert who had comprehended the first level of the true Saint Realm flying speed was between 50,000 and 100,000 meters at full speed. Now, Chunzong was only flying at the lowest speed of a true Saint Realm expert. After all, the Ascension Sword Realm was not good at flying speed, but attacking. However, as long as Chunzong's cultivation broke through to the true Saint Realm and became a true Saint Realm expert, then his flying speed would skyrocket. It would not be difficult for him to reach 100,000 meters in a breath. As for now, Chunzong was using the low-level chaotic flying ship as a means of transportation. It was more comfortable, and he could also control the chaotic flying ship while cultivating his sword skills. He had just stepped into the Ascension Sword Realm and had stabilized it. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Chunzong planned to go to the nearest universe city. He could inquire about more useful information in the universe city, such as the identity of the ancient demons and ancient demons. He wanted to know if they were related to the demons who had broken the outer universe's will. If so, they would be one of his hunting targets. The second target was naturally the Divine Demon Clan. After killing the Divine Demon Clan and absorbing their divinity, he would be able to improve his cultivation faster and reach the complete Saint Realm. To be honest, his current cultivation level was only at the Middle Saint Realm. He was not even at the Upper Saint Realm. If his cultivation level reached the complete Saint Realm, he should be able to reach the Upper Saint Realm. Coupled with the Ascension Sword Realm, his strength would become even more powerful. He would be even more powerful in the true Saint Realm. Chaotic Universe. I, Chunzong, am here to prove my unparalleled sword. Chapter 3149. The void of the chaotic universe was boundless and limitless. The primal chaos flying ship maintained a speed of 100,000 meters per second, which wasn't considered slow. It wasn't considered slow in the primal chaos cosmos, but it was nothing compared to the primal chaos cosmos. In the flying ship, Chunzong controlled the direction of the flying ship while comprehending sword techniques. The primal chaos flying ship's flight required the consumption of primal chaos divine gems. However, the consumption of primal chaos divine gems for low-grade primal chaos divine gems was slightly better. Chunzong had obtained 100 primal chaos divine gems previously. After killing the 10 mid-level saints, Chunzong had also obtained some primal chaos divine gems from their storage items. 200 chaos divine crystals were enough to support the full-speed flight of the low-level chaos flying ship for more than 100 years. Time seemed to be worthless. In the chaotic universe, the lifespan of the Foundation establishment and transcendence was very limited. It was within 100 years and 500 years respectively. Only by breaking through to the Saint Realm could one's lifespan exceed 1,000 years. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan would be. However, even an upper-level saint's lifespan would not exceed 3,000 years. This was one of the limitations of the chaotic universe. However, a true Saint Realm expert who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe would undergo a qualitative change. Not only would he possess more power, but his lifespan would also increase to 100,000 years. It was a huge improvement from 3,000 years to 100,000 years. The so-called comprehension of the true essence of the universe was actually a kind of breakthrough. A true Saint Realm expert who comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe would not only have a lifespan of 100,000 years, but his flying speed would also soar from less than 10,000 meters per second to at least 50,000 or even 100,000 meters per second. In short, there was a huge difference between comprehending the true essence of a universe and not comprehending it. It was like the difference between a Saint Realm expert and a Saint Realm expert in the outer universe. Time flew by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The chaotic universe was too big. Although Chunzong had encountered other cultivators in the past 10 years, there were not many of them. Moreover, they were all separated by a certain distance. No one knew if they were strong or weak, so he couldn't easily come into contact with them. Cultivators had too many temperaments. Some people were modest and courteous at first, but after a while, they would reveal their true nature, just like wolves and tigers. After 10 years, Chunzong finally arrived at a universe-level city called Windbreak University. The great Cosmos City was even vaster than the Void City. It stood tall in the void and was incomparably huge, suppressing all directions. It was surrounded by wisps of black wind that blew endlessly. That wind made even Chunzong feel a trace of threat. In other words, if one did not have the strength of the true Sage Realm, it would not be easy to barge through the wind. One would die directly. Stepping out of the primal chaos flying ship, Chunzong kept it and began to queue up. He had to pay a primal chaos divine crystal before he could enter the Wind P University. Chunzong looked at the hundreds of people who were still in the queue. He couldn't help but think to himself, hundreds of people were equivalent to hundreds of chaotic divine gems. There were more people who came before him. It was hard to imagine how amazing the wealth of a universe-level city was. After entering the university, Chunzong followed his usual routine and found a restaurant. He ordered some of their signature wines and delicacies to eat and drink. He listened to the conversations of the people in the restaurant and made a simple preliminary understanding of the place. After enjoying the delicacies, Chunzong started. He began to inquire about information. The Wind P University was much better than the Void City from before. There was an organization in charge of selling information. As long as one paid a price, such as Cosmos Divine Gems or Primal Chaos Divine Gems, one could inquire about the information one wanted. Of course, the price was closely related to the degree of secrecy of the information. The more secretive it was, the greater the price one had to pay. Fortunately, Chunzong only asked for some relatively basic information, such as information about the various races in the chaotic universe, basic information about the major forces, and so on. The information about the cultivation realm was the same as what he had learned before. There were divine transcendence, true divine, and demigod. However, there were two levels of demigod. One was demigod, and the other was demigod ruler. Demigod ruler was more powerful than demigod. Its strength was extremely shocking and was known as the existence closest to true God. As for the power of demigod ruler, it was impossible to say. Even primal chaos divine gems couldn't buy information about it, because it involved the mystery of the supreme heavenly Tao of the chaotic universe. True divine demigod, demigod ruler, and above that is true God. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. His eyes emitted an incomparable radiance. In the chaotic universe, the true divine realm was called a powerhouse. However, it was only the beginning of a true powerhouse. The human clan and the origin clan were similar in appearance and life essence. Therefore, the two major races formed an alliance. The human race had 3 god dynasties and 1 ancient region. The 3 god dynasties were all established by ancient human demigods, and the ancient region was the core of the human race. It was guarded by a demigod sovereign. Of course, the ancient region and the divine dynasty weren't the only human demigods. There were also some forces guarded by demigods, but there weren't many of them. The origin clan's strength was similar to that of the human clan. Back then, the origin clan was the main force in the outer universe, but the human clan was the main force in the inner universe. The ancient demons had their ancient demon region. The ancient demons had their ancient demons abyss, and the original divine demons were in the 9 heavens of divine demons. As for the most mysterious gods, They didn't form similar forces. Instead, they were relatively scattered and existed in the form of temples. Those gods accepted the worship of all living things and existed silently. Some other races were at a higher level compared to them. Only a few races had demigod powerhouses, and most of them were at the true divine realm at most. Shenzong wanted to buy more information and learn more secrets. He also wanted to know the location of the sacred land of Sword Dao in the outer universe, Taihao Mountain, and so on. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. He didn't have enough chaos divine crystals left. Any information related to before the fusion of the universes was usually more expensive. There's no other way. I can only earn chaos divine crystals. Shenzong felt a little helpless. 1,000 years ago, his wealth was so shocking that it was comparable to the divine ancestors. He didn't need to worry about money at all. However, 1,000 years later, the world had changed, and he still needed to work for it. What a busy life. So, how could he earn a large amount of chaos divine crystals in a short time? He took out a few of the remaining 10 chaos divine crystals and bought more information. Void Flaming Prison, Void Snowfield, Universe, Thunder Prison Sea. These are some dangerous places or even forbidden areas in the chaotic universe. They were divided into 3 levels: Void level, Universe level, and Chaos level. Among them, Void level was the safest and most numerous. However, the Void level was the most dangerous and forbidden area among the 3 levels. Even the safest Void grade forbidden area would have a great risk of death if a Saint Rudiment realm expert stepped into it. Even a true divine realm expert might not be able to come out unscathed if they stepped into it. The highest chaos grade forbidden area could even kill a demigod powerhouse if they entered it. Although these forbidden areas were extremely dangerous, they also contained treasures and opportunities. The predecessor of the chaotic universe was the 4 incomplete universes, and the predecessor of the 4 incomplete universes was the previous chaotic universe. The previous chaotic universe had given birth to countless experts and left behind countless treasures and opportunities. Some of these treasures have been destroyed and turned into nothingness as the universe broke apart. However, some of them had remained and formed many dangerous and forbidden zones. Now that the 4 incomplete universes had merged into the chaotic universe, all kinds of dangerous and forbidden zones had appeared. It had only been 1,000 years, and most of the forbidden areas had only been preliminarily explored. There were still many treasures in them. I'll go to the Void Flaming Prison. Shenzong made a decision after browsing the information. The Void Flaming Prison was a Void-grade forbidden area. Although it was very dangerous, with his strength, as long as he did not seek death, there should be no problem. In Windbreak University, there were some cultivators who formed fixed or temporary teams. They would enter some dangerous or even forbidden areas to explore, search for treasures and opportunities, and so on. Through this, they could obtain wealth and exchange it for the resources they needed to strengthen their own cultivation. Shenzong planned to find a team that was more familiar with the Void Flaming Prison, which would be more convenient. Of course, the main reason was that if he wanted to go to the Void Flaming Prison alone, it would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Suddenly, Shenzong stopped in his tracks, and in the next breath, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He was incomparably carefree. Comprehended. He had finally grasped the 3rd sword mystery of the Ascension sword realm. The first was endless sharpness, which was a sharpness that pierced and cut through everything. The second was domineering, which was incomparably domineering, which could suppress everything. The 3rd sword mystery that had appeared was berserk, which was different from domineering. The power of berserk was also very shocking, and when it erupted, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Shenzong's lips curled into a smile again. This was because after the birth of the 3rd sword mystery, the Ascension sword realm was still nurturing the 4th sword mystery. This was simply unbelievable. There was more than one sword mystery in the Ascension sword realm, but for sword cultivators who had just broken through, most could only grasp one sword mystery, and very few could grasp 2 sword mysteries. As for 3, that was extremely rare and it was almost impossible to grasp for. Of course, after a long time of continuous cultivation and comprehension, those sword cultivators who had mastered the Ascension sword realm would still be able to comprehend and grasp more sword mysteries. However, for Chunzong to grasp 3 sword mysteries in such a short time, and now the 4th sword mystery was in the process of being born, it was simply unheard of. This meant that his sword Dao potential was extremely shocking. The time required to comprehend and grasp one sword mystery would be 10 times more than before, and the difficulty would also be 10 times more than before. I wonder what the 4th sword mystery is. Chunzong secretly guessed. This was the unearthing of one's own potential in the Ascension sword realm, and it was an automatic comprehension rather than one's own initiative. Therefore, he did not know what sword mystery it was, but no matter which one it was, it would definitely be helpful to him. Chapter 3150. The Void Inferno Prison was one of the most dangerous places in the chaotic universe. It wasn't particularly dangerous, but it wasn't safe either. Transcendents would die instantly if they entered, and Saints had a 50% chance of dying if they entered. If one was lucky, not only would they be able to come out alive, but they would also be able to obtain some treasures like Void Flame Prison Crystals that could be sold for Chaotic Divine Crystals. If one's luck was average, they wouldn't be able to obtain any Void Flame Prison Crystals, and if one's luck was very bad, not only would they not be able to obtain any Void Flame Prison Crystals, they would simply die inside. Chunzong joined a temporary team of 5 people. Other than Chunzong, the other 4 had entered the Void Inferno prison at least once. The one with the highest cultivation was called Lin Shuang. She was a female human cultivator and a pinnacle upper-level saint. The other 2 were twin brothers called Wu Yu and Wu Ming. They were also upper-level saints and were good at attacking together. They were very powerful and were not inferior to pinnacle upper-level saints. The 4th one was called Han Qi, an intermediate saint, and the last one was Chunzong, who reported his cultivation as an intermediate saint. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, Chunzong was an intermediate saint. Brother Chun, this is your first time here, so be careful. The Void Inferno prison is very dangerous, mainly from the magma pool, Han Qi said to Chunzong as they walked side by side. The name Chunzong was once famous in the ancient sealed world of the inner universe, and was also once the champion of the outer universe. But now, the outer and inner universes had become history. Even if it was only 1,000 years apart, it had become history that was studied. The Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong was once a popular name, but it had become a thing of the past. Perhaps only those who had studied the former universe would know, but there weren't many people like that. Among the 5, Chunzong and Han Qi were the weakest in terms of cultivation. As for who was the strongest, the information Chunzong bought mentioned that the source of danger in the Void Inferno prison was related to magma. Magma was everywhere in the Void Inferno prison, forming magma pools and even magma lakes. The temperature of the magma was extremely high, and it was shockingly hot. It could easily burn and incinerate everything. If a lower saint fell into the magma and didn't immediately escape, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be incinerated to ashes within 3 breaths. An intermediate saint could withstand it longer, but only for 10 breaths, and an upper saint could withstand it for 30 breaths at most. If he had some protective treasures, he would be able to resist for a longer time. As for how long, that would depend on the ability of the protective treasures. As for true Saint Realm experts, they could withstand falling into the magma under normal circumstances. However, the magma of the Nether Inferno prison was only the most basic danger. The truly terrifying danger came from a unique life form in the magma. This life form was called the Magma Beast. Let's stop here. It was Lin Shuang's 5th time coming to the Void Inferno prison. In the first 4 times, she had gained something, and in some cases, she didn't. She had discovered some mysteries. She pointed at a magma lake that was dozens of miles long. There are Void Inferno crystals in this magma lake, but there are also magma beasts living there. The most powerful ones should be upper magma beasts. Upper magma beasts corresponded to upper saints. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter a large group of upper magma beasts, they could still withstand 2 or 3 of them. But their goal wasn't to kill magma beasts, but to retrieve the void inferno crystals hidden under the magma lake. Everyone, I'll enter the magma lake first to retrieve the void inferno crystals. I'll come out as soon as possible. If there are magma beasts chasing after me, I'll need you to stop them. Lin Shuang glanced at them and said, her cultivation was the highest among the 5, so she should be the fastest. Don't worry, the Wu brothers immediately responded. Chunzong and Han Qi also nodded. Lin Shuang activated the fire-defending hoop on her hand. A layer of light immediately spread out and covered her entire body. The fire-defending hoop was used to resist the invasion of flames and isolate the impact of magma. Although it couldn't last long, it could last for more than 100 breaths. In an instant, Lin Shuang jumped directly into the magma lake and was instantly swallowed up. Everyone immediately stared at her, waiting for her to appear. Time passed breath by breath. After about 30 breaths, a figure rushed out of the magma lake. It was Lin Shuang. They're magma beasts. Get ready to attack, Lin Shuang said as soon as she appeared. The moment she finished speaking, a huge figure rushed out of the magma lake, bringing with it layers of magma waves. The figure was shaped like a giant python. It was as thick as a bucket, but its body was very strange. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but seemed to be made of countless crushed charcoal mixed with magma. It looked black on the surface, but it was broken into countless pieces. Between the broken pieces, the red light of magma shot out. It flowed endlessly like blood, exuding a terrifying aura. The aura of an upper-level saint, a high-level magma beast. Kill! The Wu brothers attacked at once. Their long sabers tore through the sky and slashed mercilessly at the high-level magma beast. The magma python's eyes were extremely red. Its eyeballs seemed to be made of rubies, emitting a terrifying cold light. It was so hot that it seemed to be able to burn everything. Then it opened its huge mouth and spat out a stream of magma. As soon as the stream of magma was spat out, it seemed to be able to burn everything. It directly shattered the saber light and attacked the Wu brothers. Combine! The Wu brothers immediately attacked again. Their long sabers slashed out, and the saber light merged into one. It turned into an even brighter saber light that cut through the stream of magma and slashed at the magma python. At the same time, Lin Shuang also took the opportunity to turn around and slash back. The sword Qi was white and blue, and it emanated a shocking chill. It seemed to be able to freeze everything around it as it slashed at the magma python. Strictly speaking, an environment like the Nether Inferno would restrain cultivators who cultivated and comprehended the way of water, way of ice, and way of wood. But at the same time, cultivators of the way of water and way of ice could better threaten the magma beasts here, as long as they were strong enough. Water and fire, and ice and fire were opposites, but it was impossible to say which side would definitely win over the other. Everything depended on which side was stronger. Water could extinguish fire, and fire could melt water. Chunzong and Han Qi didn't attack. The magma python was hit and fell into the magma lake, but it immediately rose up. More magma pythons followed, but they were all at the middle and low level. This time, Lin Shuang had obtained 3 Nether Inferno gems. They were quite valuable. Each Nether Inferno gem was worth 10 chaotic divine gems. So, 3 Nether Inferno gems were worth 30 chaotic divine gems. However, Lin Shuang had taken the risk of entering the magma lake to obtain them. So, according to the principle of distribution, Lin Shuang received half. As for the remaining half, Chunzong and Han Qi were the weakest, so they were the weakest under normal circumstances. As a result, they each received 10%, while the Wu brothers received 30%. Han Qi found this to be normal, and Chunzong had no objections either. Chunzong's plan was very simple. He would first find a temporary group to enter the Nether Inferno. After all, he had never been here before, so it was always better to have someone lead the way. Once they were familiar with the environment, they would find an opportunity to leave the group. This was also why Chunzong had found a temporary group. The number of chaotic divine gems Chunzong needed was not 10, 20, or 100 or 200. He needed more. Therefore, unless he could obtain a large number of Nether Inferno gems, such as several hundred pieces, he would not be able to obtain them. However, there were 3 grades of Nether Inferno gems. The Nether Inferno gems were the lowest grade. The higher grade was called the Nether Inferno Saint Crystal, which was worth 100 chaotic divine gems. It was also Chunzong's main target. As for the highest grade, it was called the Nether Inferno Divine Gem, which was worth 1,000 chaotic divine gems. If he could obtain several Nether Inferno Divine Gems, it would be worth several thousand chaotic divine gems, which would be enough for him to use for quite a long time. However, Chunzong planned to earn enough chaotic divine gems here directly, so that he would not have to travel around in the future. Compared to other cultivators, Chunzong was less reliant on the chaotic divine scripture because other cultivators could also use chaotic divine gems to cultivate other than using chaotic divine gems as currency. Chunzong had no need for that. The second magma lake was entered by Wu Yu after activating the fire controlling ring. Whoever risked entering the magma lake to look for Nether Inferno divine gems would get 50% of the value. Generally, a magma lake was only suitable for entering once in a short period of time. This was because the magma beasts living in the magma lake would become active after a period of time. The active magma beasts were very terrifying because there were a large number of magma beasts lurking in each magma lake. It was very difficult to kill magma beasts in the magma lake. They entered one magma lake after another, but they did not go deep. Instead, they wandered around the periphery. The 2 brothers, Lin Shuang and Wu Yu, took turns to dive into the magma lake to search. Sometimes, they were unlucky and could not find one Nether Inferno divine gem. Sometimes they were lucky and could find 4. Gradually, they had found more than 20 Nether Inferno divine gems. Flying Frost Sword Saint Lin Shuang, Dragon Slaying Double Blades Wu Yu and Wu Ming. Haha, what a coincidence. A loud voice rang out, and the laughter shook the surroundings. It was a very tall and imposing figure that was over 2 meters tall. His scarlet hair seemed to be burning, and his skin was dark red. There were strange patterns all over his body. He held a dark red staff that was as thick as an arm. It was covered with strange patterns, just like the surface of a magma beast. The aura it gave off was very shocking. There were 2 other figures behind him. They were also burly, but one of them wore dark red magma gloves, and the other held a magma warhammer. It's someone from the Fire Saint tribe. He's Wu Gang. Why do we meet him? Lin Shuang and Wu Yu's expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. They immediately called for Chunzong and Han Qi to retreat, quickly distancing themselves from the 3 people. Why is our luck so bad? Han Qi's expression was also bitter. Countless cultivators would enter danger zones and forbidden zones to explore and obtain treasures and opportunities. Danger zones and forbidden zones were filled with danger. The source of danger was not only the special environment of the zone itself, but also the unique life forms that were nurtured there. For example, the magma beasts in the Nether Inferno divine gems. The third type of danger came from other cultivators who also entered to explore. Chapter 31:51. There were many races in the chaotic universe. The biggest ones were the humans, the origin race, the ancient demon race, the ancient demon race, and the god demon race. As for the god spirits, they were not a race. They were very mysterious beings. Most people had only heard of them and rarely seen them in their lives. Many people thought that the god spirits did not actually exist and were just made up. There were many other races below the big races. Some of them were very strong and had demigods. They were close to the big races. For example, the Fire Saint tribe was one of them. They were called strong races. The Fire Saint elder of the Fire Saint tribe was a demigod. He had a shocking record of defeating other demigods. Let's go. Lin Shuang immediately transmitted her voice to everyone and retreated without hesitation. Don't go. Hu Gang laughed loudly, and his speed exploded. His strong and burly body turned into a thick flame in an instant. The other 2 people from the Fire Saint tribe also laughed and they immediately turned into flames and chased after Huagang. These strong races all had their own talents. The Fire Saint tribe could control fire and use fire escape techniques. The human race could not compare with them. Therefore, the strong races like the Fire Saint tribe were stronger in the beginning. It was just that their later cultivation was weaker. Otherwise, the Fire Saint Elder would not be the only demigod. Huagang and the other two from the Fire Saint tribe were all peak upper-level saints. They were born with the ability to control fire. They were very powerful. In a place like the Void Inferno, they had the advantage. Lin Shuang and the others did not have the confidence to fight back. Once they fought, they might be killed. Run. However, Huagang and the other two were very fast. They immediately caught up and surrounded Lin Shuang and the others. Hand over all your treasures, and I will spare your lives, Huagang said with a hideous smile. In a forbidden land, it was normal for cultivators to kill each other. Even good friends could turn against each other because of benefits. Moreover, they were not on the same team. Huagang, fighting won't do you any good. Lin Shuang held her sword in front of her. Her expression was cold, and a cold aura spread around her. If we die, one of you three will die too. Ha ha, don't scare me. I'm not afraid. Huagang burst into laughter. The other two from the Fire Saint clan laughed as well. Then, Huagang took the lead and attacked directly. His staff immediately turned into a ball of fierce fire and attacked Lin Shuang. The other two from a Fire Saint clan also attacked. They attacked the Wu Yue brothers without hesitation. In the eyes of the three Fire Saint tribe members, the biggest threats were Lin Shuang and the Wu Yue brothers. Fight! The Wu Yue brothers roared at the same time. Their long blades sliced through the air as they joined hands to resist the attacks of the two Fire Saint clansmen. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang fought Huagang alone. Among the three from the Fire Saint tribe, Huagang was the strongest. When the Wu Yue brothers worked together, they were very strong, comparable to a top upper-level saint. However, they could only block one of the Fire Saints. The other one, who was wearing a pair of lava gloves, gave up attacking the Wu Yue brothers and turned to attack Han Qi and Chenzhou. Kill! Han Qi roared. His long spear trembled. Like a poisonous dragon drilling through the air, it immediately pierced through the vast sky and attacked mercilessly. Die! The man from the Fire Saint tribe laughed ferociously. With a roar, he punched out directly. His fist burned with monstrous flames and quickly condensed. It was as if it was about to condense into a substance and burst out with an even more terrifying power. The long spear was immediately hit and bent instantly. Under the terrifying explosion of power, Han Qi flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength was too great. That blow directly injured Han Qi and made him lose the ability to fight. The terrifying fire force was raging in Han Qi's body. Brother Chun, run! Han Qi struggled to get up and shouted at the same time. His voice had become hoarse. Run! No one can run away today. The man from the Fire Saint tribe laughed ferociously and punched out directly. The blazing fire force was fierce and violent, forming the shape of a flaming lion's head. It let out an extremely terrifying roar. The roar seemed to be able to shatter everything as it blasted mercilessly toward Chenzhou. Chenzhou's expression did not change. He looked very calm, but in the eyes of his opponent, he seemed to have been scared silly. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, full of mockery. You're digging your own grave. In the face of that extremely fierce punch, Chenzhou suddenly smiled and said unhurriedly. However, his unhurried tone was much faster than the speed of his opponent's punch. Immediately, Chenzhou directly drew his sword. The Heavenly Will sword was unsheathed in an instant. The sword light suddenly flashed and silently tore through the sky. It directly tore the flaming lion's head apart. It cut through his lava glove like a hot knife through butter and went straight to cut his arm. Kill! With just one strike, the man from the Fire Saint tribe was directly killed. Impossible! Huagang was shocked and horrified. He had fought with Lin Shuang, but because he was slightly stronger than Lin Shuang and had the help of this place, he could completely suppress Lin Shuang and observe the other people's battles. None of you can escape. Chunzong said unhurriedly. He waved his sword again, and two beams of sword light broke through the sky at the same time. Block it! The man from the Fire Saint tribe roared and smashed his hammer. A thick layer of flame condensed on it, which was extremely shocking. But he couldn't block it. Chunzong's beam of sword light shot forward like a hot knife through butter. It directly penetrated and killed. Huigang also completely exploded. His entire body burned and turned into a suit of armor that covered his entire body. His originally strong and burly body looked even more shocking. The long staff in his hand also spun wildly, turning into a firestorm that spun violently. It directly compressed in front of him, forming a wall of fire vortexes. He had to block it. He had to block it. Two of his clansmen had been killed in an instant. It was enough to show that this human swordsman's strength was extremely terrifying. The sword light was too fast, and its chi had also locked on a Huigang. There was no way to avoid it. He could only block it with all his strength. As long as he could block the sword, there was hope for him to escape. The sword light shot forward and directly penetrated the wall of fire vortexes formed by the long staff. It shot forward like a hot knife through butter and once again hit the lava armor on Huigang's body. The lava armor's defensive power was extremely shocking. Even an all-out attack from an upper-level saint would find it difficult to break it. However, such an amazing defensive power was nothing in front of Chunzong's sword light. It was as fragile as tofu. It was easily broken and penetrated, along with Huigang's burly body. Killed. The sword power of the Ascension Sword realm was extremely terrifying, even if he didn't use any killing moves. In the blink of an eye, three top experts of the Fire Saint tribe who made them feel great pressure and even a sense of crisis were all killed by Chunzong's sword. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wasn't he a mid-level saint? How could he be so strong? Even Huigang, a peak upper-level saint, couldn't block a single sword strike. His strength had surpassed the Saint Realm, right? True Saint Realm. Could he be a true Saint Realm master? Brother Han, heal your injuries first. Chunzong smiled at Han Chi. Immediately, he ejected a wisp of sword chi into Han Chi's body, dissipating the raging fire chi in his body. Okay. Han Chi came back to his senses and quickly nodded. He took out a pill and began to heal his injuries. Lin Shuang and the other two were a little uneasy. The three of you don't have to be like this. This is my first time in the Void Flame prison, so I need someone to lead the way. Chunzong smiled. You don't have to share the Void Flame crystals you found earlier with me. After Han Chi's injuries are healed, I'll leave the team. Lin Shuang and the other two could only nod. After all, the person in front of them was suspected to be a true Saint Realm master. Even if he wasn't at the true Saint Realm, he was at least a terrifying Saint Rudiment Realm master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a peak upper-level saint like Huigang with a single sword strike. No matter which one it was, he was better than them. Chunzong didn't say anything and just smiled at the other party's attitude. After a while, Han Chi's injuries were healed, but he didn't know what to say. We'll meet again if we're fated. Chunzong smiled at Han Chi and then turned into a sword light and flew away in a flash. After Chunzong left, the four people breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Senior Chen was here, otherwise we would have been in danger this time. Wu Ming sighed. Chunzong's strength was far superior to theirs, so it was natural for him to call him senior. The other three also had a look of emotion on their faces, especially Han Chi. Before this, he had actually called a suspected true Saint Realm Master brother, which was quite shocking. Chunzong's speed was very fast. Although the Void Flame prison was a danger zone, it was more for saints. If it was a true Saint Realm Master, as long as they didn't actively seek death, they generally wouldn't be in danger of dying. However, nothing was absolute. There were cases of true Saint Realm Masters dying in danger zones, but they were relatively rare. Chunzong's speed was very fast. He kept going deeper into the Void Flame prison, because only by going deeper into the Void Flame prison could he find better Void Flame crystals. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't be stupid enough to seek death. While moving forward quickly, he also spread out his primordial chaos heart force, covering a radius of 3 miles. Originally, when he was in the outer universe, the primordial chaos heart force could easily cover hundreds or even thousands of miles, but the suppression of the chaotic universe was too strong, so it could only cover 3 miles. Fortunately, the mysteries of the primordial chaos heart force had not been weakened, so its detection ability was still very strong and difficult to detect. As he kept moving forward, Chunzong saw a magma lake that was hundreds of miles wide. It was several times larger than a magma lake they had explored before. There should be fire saint crystals in such a magma lake. Chunzong muttered to himself and directly dived into the magma lake. Chunzong didn't carry the ring of fire resistance, and he didn't need to. Although Chunzong's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-level saint, Chunzong, who had mastered the Ascension Sword realm, was equivalent to an expert who had comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. With the power of the Ascension Sword realm protecting his body, he could withstand the invasion of the magma lake without breaking. It was many times better than the ring of fire resistance. After diving into the magma lake, Chunzong dived quickly and quietly. Even so, some magma beasts sensed Chunzong's entry. After all, the magma lake was the territory of the magma beasts. It was their world. Awakening. One by one, the magma beasts began to awaken and rushed over. They were extremely furious and wanted to tear and devour Chunzong, who dared to enter their home. Chunzong ignored these magma beasts and dived with extreme speed. He also spread out his primordial chaos heart force to search for void flame crystals. Chapter 31:52. A beam of sword light suddenly shot out of the hundreds of miles wide lava lake, but it didn't bring up any lava. Then, a huge figure rushed out of the lava lake, carrying several tons of lava with it. In the several tons of lava, a terrifying lava beast that was more than 10 meters long opened its mouth full of sawtooth and bit at Chunzong, as if it was going to bite Chunzong to pieces. This lava beast's aura was extremely powerful, far more powerful than that of a super high-level lava beast. It was a top-level lava beast. A high-level lava beast was equal to an upper saint, and a top-level lava beast was equal to a saint, but belonged to the top level of the saint realm. It could be said to be invincible in the saint realm, stronger than most top-level upper saints, but not as strong as a true saint. I'll let you go, but you don't want to. Then die. Chunzong smiled and unsheathed his sword, slashing out a fine beam of sword light that seemed to pierce through the void. Kill. Under the Ascendant Sword realm, this sword strike was extremely powerful. Even a top-tier magma beast, with its extremely tough body, could not block this sword light. After killing the lava beast with one strike, it fell directly, but Chunzong leaped and landed on the shore of the lava lake. This is a good harvest, Chunzong said to himself, a hint of joy appearing on his face. In the hundreds of miles of lava lake, he found more than a dozen hellfire crystals and 3 saint fire crystals, which was equal to more than 400 chaos divine crystals. Sure enough, the harvest was greater if he acted alone. This was also due to his strength. If he wasn't strong enough, he could only explore the dozens of miles of lava lake, but not the hundreds of miles of lava lake. For example, although Lin Shuang was strong, if she entered the hundreds of miles of lava lake, she would most likely not be able to take away the void fire crystals, and would even be killed by the top-level lava beast. More than 400 chaos divine crystals were still not enough. Chunzong explored the lava lake one after another. He was too lazy to enter the dozens of miles of lava lake, so he had to explore the hundreds of miles of lava lake. The deeper he went, the bigger the lava lake of the hundreds of miles of lava lake became. Oh, he went deep into the void fire prison alone. Don't get close. In the distance, a group of people showed fear when they saw Chunzong. Anyone who dared to enter the void inferno prison alone was either a madman or an idiot. Then, they must be very strong or have some terrifying trump card. Therefore, he couldn't provoke them easily. However, there are also people who are blind, or people who are blinded by benefits. Surround him. The 8 of them immediately took action. They quickly spread out and surrounded Chunzong. Judging from their auras, these 8 people were all upper-level saints. However, some of them were humans, some of them were from the origin race, and some of them were from the Fire Saint tribe. It's the Molten Battle Team. That guy is in trouble. He's being targeted by the Molten Battle Team. When the people in the distance saw this, their expressions changed greatly, and they began to discuss it. Some cultivators would specially organize themselves and form a fixed team. They would name themselves a battle team, and once they joined such a battle team, they would have to abide by the rules and so on. It would not be that easy to quit. In this way, they would be more united. After all, their interests were closely related. The Molten Battle Team was considered one of the more powerful battle teams. It was said that its founder was a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Hand over your storage god tool. The leader of the Molten Battle Team was a bald, muscular man. He carried a crimson sword on his back and said to Chinzong with a ferocious smile. He was not polite at all. They were going to rob each other of their treasures. There was no need to be polite. That would be too hypocritical. Hand it over, or you're dead, another person shouted. Hand over all your Chaos Divine Crystals and Void Fire Crystals, Chunzong said with a smile. Then there was a fight. After that, Chunzong had gained a lot and left. The Molten Battle Team members were all alive, but they were all injured. As for their Chaos Divine Crystals and Void Fire Crystals, they all belonged to Chunzong. There were more than 2,000 in total. So powerful. That's terrifying. He's at least an invincible saint. Could he be a true Saint Realm powerhouse? Chunzong attacked quickly and restrained his power. Plus, he had mixed Yuan Heart Force, which made him even more unpredictable. The other spectators in the distance were only saints, so they could not see anything special. They had no way of knowing how strong Chunzong was. Damn it, you'll regret this. The Molten Battle Team members were furious, but they did not dare to chase after him. They left dejectedly. Chunzong continued to go deeper into the Void Flame prison. The deeper he went, the more he saw a huge magma lake thousands of miles wide. Countless bubbles kept appearing and bursting, causing magma to splatter everywhere. Gurgling sounds rang out continuously, mixing into one sound and resounding in all directions. The heat here was extremely shocking. Even upper-level saints would feel uncomfortable when they got close. Middle-level saints would find it even more difficult to get close. Lower-level saints would not be able to bear it at all. However, this heat was nothing to Chunzong, who was in the Ascension Sword realm. After observing for a quarter of an hour, Chunzong directly jumped into the magma lake. A magma lake thousands of miles wide would definitely be more dangerous than a magma lake hundreds of miles wide. But at the same time, there might be fire god crystals in it. A fire god crystal was worth 1,000 chaos god crystals, which made Chunzong very tempted. A magma lake thousands of miles wide was even more terrifying. Upper-level saints would be incinerated in less than 3 breaths. Even if they used the flame-resisting ring, they could only last for about 10 breaths. This was not enough time to go to the bottom of the magma lake and return. Therefore, even an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse would not dare to enter a magma lake thousands of miles wide. At most, they would try a magma lake hundreds of miles wide. As soon as Chunzong entered the magma lake thousands of miles wide, a huge magma beast over 100 meters long in the depths of the magma lake suddenly woke up. It opened its eyes and shot out a ray of golden red light, overbearing and ruthless. In the next moment, the 100-meter-long dragon-like magma beast moved. Its wriggling body directly rushed upward like a bolt of lightning. The magma lake was the world of magma beasts. In a magma lake, magma beasts were often more powerful. A terrifying aura spread out, and Chunzong immediately sensed it. His expression changed involuntarily. A true Saint Realm magma beast king. A magma beast king lived in a magma lake thousands of miles wide. This was expected. A magma beast king was equivalent to a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Chunzong also knew this. However, he still entered the magma lake because there might be void fire god crystals in it. The value of void fire god crystals was amazing. One was worth 1,000 chaos god crystals. If he could find a few, he would be worth several thousand chaos god crystals. That was a great fortune. The magma lake, thousands of miles wide, was hundreds of miles deep. Chunzong was extremely fast. He was like a sword light that cut through bamboo. However, the deeper he went, the more intense the pressure was, so much so that his speed was affected. Fortunately, the sharpness of the omnipotent sword realm was amazing. One of the mysteries of the sword was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. Chunzong was not affected at all. His speed was not much different from when he was outside the magma lake. The magma beast king, magma dragon, immediately rushed over. Its huge body brought up a magma whirlpool and directly pressed down. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Chunzong did not intend to fight with it. The magma beast itself was not valuable. Escape. After avoiding the attack of the magma beast king, Chunzong continued to go down. The magma beast king immediately roared and chased after him. Then, waves of fluctuations came from all directions. It was the other magma beasts that came to attack. There were top-tier magma beasts, high-level magma beasts, mid-tier magma beasts, and low-tier magma beasts in groups. There were tens of thousands of magma beasts in the magma lake, thousands of miles wide and hundreds of miles deep. Now, more than half of them had come to outflank him. The other magma beasts also woke up. The magma beasts did not have much intelligence. The magma beast king had simple intelligence and could command all the magma beasts in the same magma lake. Tens of thousands of magma beasts attacked from all directions. The bottom of the magma lake was boiling, but Chunzong transformed into a sharp sword light and directly rushed down. All the magma beasts that came from below were directly pierced and torn apart. They could not resist at all. However, hundreds of miles was indeed very deep. With Chunzong's speed of 40,000 meters in a breath, it was not that easy to reach the depths. Moreover, the deeper he went, the greater the impact on his speed. He gradually became slower. However, in the magma lake, the speed of the magma beast was not affected. In particular, the magma beast king's speed was much faster than Chunzong's. Chunzong was eventually intercepted. I have no choice but to make a move, Chunzong said to himself. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the temperature of the magma lake became. However, Chunzong had the cosmic true body to defend himself, the inner universe to absorb attacks, and the heavenly sword realm to control and resist external attacks. Only then could he protect himself. He unsheathed the heavenly will sword and directly attacked. Divine firmament. The silver sword light instantly pierced through the depths of the magma lake and mercilessly attacked the magma beast king. This sword was extremely fast. The magma beast king's body was huge and could not completely dodge it. It was immediately hit and penetrated. However, this sword did not cause much damage to the magma beast king. 3 times the power. Eternal stars. In an instant, a 10-meter star shadow appeared in the magma lake, repelling the surrounding magma. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could suppress everything. An astonishing power erupted. Under 3 times the power of the eternal star sword became even more terrifying. As Chunzong slashed out with his sword, it directly blasted toward the magma beast king. It was extremely domineering. The magma beast king roared and directly charged toward the eternal stars, wanting to shatter it. With a boom, the bottom of the magma lake trembled. The magma beast king was indeed very strong, and it was much stronger in the magma lake. However, the power of the eternal star sword after 3 times the power was also very terrifying, especially after Chunzong had comprehended the Ascension sword realm. One of the mysteries of the sword was domineering, causing the power of the eternal star sword to be even more shocking. With one sword, the magma beast king was immediately severely injured. 3 times the power of divine firmament. Burst. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. The sword that could not be avoided directly pierced through the magma beast king and killed it directly. Once the magma beast king died, the other magma beasts naturally could not stop Chunzong. After a round of slaughter, they all retreated. Chunzong did not chase after them. He quickly dived down and found a fire crystal emitting a strong aura. It was the void fire crystal. Great. Shinzong could not help but be overjoyed. He immediately put away the void fire crystal. It was worth 1,000 chaotic divine crystals. Moreover, not far from the void fire crystal, there were void fire saint crystals and many fire prison crystals. They were worth 1,000 chaotic divine crystals. Chapter 31:53. The cosmic true body had amazing defensive capabilities. When the external forces hit it, part of it would be blocked, and part of it would be absorbed into the inner verse. The inner verse would then be diluted and diffused. Shunzong's current inner verse had a circumference of 1,000 kilometers, and any external power that entered it would spread throughout the inner verse and be continuously diluted until it reached its limit. Just think about it. If a powerful force spread out to a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the power would still be the same, but because it had been dispersed, its power would be greatly reduced. Unless one could destroy the inner verse with a single blow, it would be difficult to hurt Shunzong. In general, with Shunzong's cosmic true body's powerful defensive capabilities and the mysteries of the inner verse, even an attack from an upper-level saint would not be able to hurt him. Shunzong also had the Godfather realm. In this way, in the Nether Inferno, he might not be invincible, but there were very few who could threaten Shunzong. 3 years had passed, and Shunzong had gained a lot. He left the Nether Inferno and went to Wine Break Cosmic City again. Shunzong sold a large number of Nether Inferno crystals, Sacred Inferno crystals, and even some Divine Inferno crystals. He did not need them at all. These Nether Inferno crystals were all exchanged for Chaos Divine crystals. Sir, the total is 18,390 Chaos Divine crystals. I'll round it up to 18,400 Chaos Divine crystals for you. After the staff of Qizhun Pavilion had finished counting, he smiled and said to Shunzong, he had sold almost 20,000 Chaos Divine crystals in one go. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Shunzong smiled. In this way, he would not have to worry about Chaos Divine crystals for a while. Sir, we have treasures from all over the chaotic universe. You could take a look. The staff of Qizhun Pavilion smiled. What treasures are there? Shunzong asked casually. For example, the ancient Fey origin and the ancient demon origin. The staff smiled and listed more than 10 treasures, all of which were relatively special. Do you have the divinity of the demon god clan? Shunzong's mind flashed as he immediately asked. Yes, of course. We have lower-level divinity, middle-level divinity, and superior-level divinity. If you need a supreme-level divinity, you can also reserve one, the Qizhun Pavilion manager said with a smile. Shunzong couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. It was great that even divinity could be bought. Originally, he had planned on making a trip to the 9th celestial layer of the divine demon realm to hunt down some divine demons and absorb their divinity to quickly increase his cultivation base. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to cultivate on his own. It would take him at least several decades, or even over 100 years to cultivate to perfection. It might not be a long time, but Shunzong still felt that it was not short. Now, the Qizhun Pavilion was selling divinity. What a wonderful thing. Low-level divinity was principal god-level divinity, middle-level divinity was spirit god-level divinity, and high-level divinity was naturally Lord God-level divinity. As for supreme divinity, it was God-King-level divinity, which was equivalent to a practitioner's true divine realm. Different races had different cultivation systems, so the names of their realms were also different. How much does a supreme-level divinity cost? Shunzong immediately asked. Divinity is something that only fiend gods possess. If you want to obtain divinity, you have to kill a fiend god. The fiend gods are one of the few major races in the Chaos universe. They are extremely powerful at the same level as humans and the origin race. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous to kill fiend gods to obtain divinity. The manager didn't answer directly. Instead, he explained, in addition, hunting divine demons to obtain divinity will cause the divine demons to be hostile or even hunted down. It is even more dangerous. Therefore, the price is very high. It is not low. Just say it. Shunzong replied with 3 words. After saying so much, he just wanted to emphasize that divinity was not easy to obtain and that it was very valuable and so on. A supreme level divinity costs 5,000 chaos god crystals. The manager's price made Chunzong's expression change slightly. 5,000 chaos god crystals. This was an amazing price. It was equivalent to 5 fire god crystals, 50 fire saint crystals, or 500 fire prison crystals. As for Saint Realm cultivators, even if they were invincible, it was not easy to obtain void fire crystals worth 5,000 chaos god crystals in a place like the Void Inferno prison. If they were lucky, it would take them a few decades. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to obtain it even after a few hundred years. They might even be in danger of dying. For true Saint Realm powerhouses, it was not difficult to obtain treasures worth 5,000 chaos god crystals in a dangerous place like the Void Inferno prison. However, it would still take them a few years. If they were unlucky, it might even take them a dozen years. However, supreme level divinity was useless to true Saint Realm powerhouses. Supreme level divinity was only useful for Saint Realm powerhouses to increase their cultivation base. True Saint Realm powerhouses needed supreme level divinity. 5,000 chaos god crystals might not be a lot for true Saint Realm powerhouses, but it was definitely a huge fortune for Saint Realm powerhouses. The value of many Saint Realm powerhouses' treasures added together was not necessarily worth 3,000 chaos god crystals, let alone 5,000. Therefore, although Saint Realm powerhouses coveted supreme level divinity, they did not have enough chaos god crystals to buy it. They could only dream about it. Chunzong's case was a special case. He had the strength of a true Saint Realm powerhouse, but his cultivation base was equivalent to a medium saint. He was at the peak of the medium saint realm, infinitely close to the level of an upper saint. Divinity was of great use to Chunzong, but only supreme level divinity had obvious effects. Lower supreme level divinity had no effect at all. The effect of supreme level divinity was minimal. One supreme level divinity first, Chunzong said, and took out 5,000 chaos god crystals. Okay, please wait a moment. The deacon's face was full of smiles. He would be able to get 10 chaos divine gems out of the 5,000 chaos divine gems sold. To a mid-level saint like him, this was a decent income. After all, he did not need to go out and take risks. Now, Chunzong's chaotic heart nebula vortex was 48 miles in radius. He speculated that it would be complete when it reached 50 miles. At that time, his cultivation base would also rise to the divine ancestor realm, which was the so-called upper saint realm. Once his cultivation base rose, not only would the amount of chaotic heart force increase, but its explosive power would also be stronger. It was equivalent to increasing his overall strength. Soon, a supreme level divinity was taken. After completing the transaction, Chunzong directly absorbed the supreme level divinity into his inner universe and quickly refined and absorbed it. In just a few short breaths of time, Chunzong had refined the high-rank divinity. The primordial heart force nebula vortex was also constantly expanding. From 48 miles to 49 miles, it was constantly approaching 50 miles. However, when it reached 49 miles, it stopped. It was just a little bit short of reaching 50 miles. However, this little bit stopped as if it was a natural chasm. It's actually not enough. Chunzong was secretly surprised. It was different from what he had speculated. 49 miles, just a little bit short of 50 miles. As expected, 50 miles is complete. Then, I'll give you another supreme level divinity. Hopefully, it can break this little bit of shackles. Without hesitation, Chunzong took out 5,000 chaos god crystals to buy another supreme level divinity. Esteemed guest, this is the last supreme level divinity in our Qizhan pavilion. If you still need it, you can only get it from the general pavilion. After the deacon took the supreme level divinity, he was secretly puzzled, but he did not ask anything. Chunzong nodded and once again absorbed and refined a supreme level divinity. When the supreme level divinity was refined and absorbed, the shackles were finally broken. 50 miles. The chaotic heart nebula vortex in the inner universe had truly reached 50 miles. Just as Chunzong had speculated, his cultivation base had reached the level of complete completion. The inner universe was complete. The chaotic heart nebula vortex was 50 miles. After reaching 50 miles, the rotating chaotic heart nebula vortex unconsciously had a kind of complete charm. It emitted a wonderful rhythm, as if it was flawless. With every rotation, Chunzong could feel the chaotic heart nebula transforming, becoming purer and more tyrannical. It's complete. Chunzong could not help but smile. It was finally complete. It was really not easy. Before the fusion of the four universes, his chaotic heart nebula vortex had a radius of more than 40 miles. However, after the fusion of the universes and the birth of the chaotic universe, more than 1,000 years had passed, and his chaotic universe was still around 40 miles. The improvement was minuscule. Now, after refining and absorbing two supreme level divinities, which were equivalent to the Master God level, he had truly broken through and reached the level of complete completion. Condense. The chaotic heart nebula continued to condense as the vortex continued to rotate. Strands of chaotic heart nebula were sent to the center to be refined and then diffused out again. The cycle alternated until all of the chaotic heart nebula vortex had been refined and directly raised to a new level. The changes in the inner universe could not be seen in the outside world. Even the aura did not change. After all, Chunzong's sword principle was at the Ascension Sword realm, which was equivalent to comprehending the first level of the true essence of the universe. It surpassed his own cultivation realm and was enough to control all of the changes in his aura. Even a true Saint Powerhouse would not be able to see that Chunzong's cultivation level was increasing. The feeling of completion was really wonderful. When the chaotic heart nebula vortex in the inner universe completed its transformation, Chunzong immediately felt that although his inner universe did not expand, its strength had more than doubled. It was enough to withstand a stronger external impact. This meant that Chunzong's life-saving ability had improved again. His strength had also increased further. It's time to buy other information. Chunzong thought to himself. He had used up 10,000 of the 18,400 chaotic divine gems that he had just received. Now, there were only 8,400 chaotic divine gems left. However, it should be enough. Taihao Mountain, Yin Xin. In addition, he wanted to know if the ancient demons were related to the demons who had broken the will of Heaven Path in the outer universe. These were all things that Chunzong was eager to know. In the Wind P Universe City, there was an organization that specialized in selling information. It was called Tianji Tower and had branches in all the major void cities. Information before the chaotic universe is more expensive. The information you want to buy will cost a total of 8,000 chaotic divine gems, the person in charge of Tianji Tower said to Chunzong. Okay. Chunzong was helpless. There were only 400 chaotic divine gems left. It seemed that it was not prohibited. However, it was a good thing as long as he could buy the information. Even if he ran out of chaotic divine gems, he could continue to obtain more. Chapter 3154. Chunzong was now faced with an awkward situation. He was out of money and did not have enough chaotic divine gems. He had spent 18,400 chaotic divine gems to buy 2 superior divinities and some information about Taihao Mountain. He had spent 18,000 chaotic divine gems and was left with only 400 chaotic divine gems. 400 chaotic divine gems were not much in Chunzong's opinion. No, it was very little. 400 chaotic divine gems should be enough for me to use 1 void teleportation to get as close to Taihao Mountain as possible. I'll hurry over then, Chunzong thought. However, he could also obtain chaotic divine gems along the way and teleport again to get close to Taihao Mountain in the shortest time possible. Yes, according to the information from Tianji Tower, Taihao Mountain was still there, but it was no longer the most powerful holy land in the outer universe. It was just a small force in the human territory. The current chaotic cosmos was extremely vast. Its area was more than 10 times larger than the 4 incomplete cosmoses of the past combined. In addition, the power of the heavenly Tao of the chaotic cosmos was much more tyrannical, so the restrictions on the cultivators were even more obvious. As a result, the cultivators' flying speed could not be compared to before. The distance between the chaotic universe and the human territory seemed to have been further stretched. The human territory was one of the big clans, and its territory was very vast. Taihao Mountain was only an ordinary force in the human territory. In the powerful chaotic universe, there was also a new division of forces. Forces without a true Saint Realm expert were all ordinary forces. After all, in the environment of the chaotic universe, it was not difficult to cultivate to the Saint Realm as long as one had the heart and worked hard to cultivate in it. However, it was very difficult to break through to the true Saint Realm. One needed to comprehend the true essence of a universe. Even the first level of the true essence of a universe was very difficult to comprehend. Whether one comprehended the true essence of a universe or not, it was 2 different realms. Of course, in addition to comprehending the true essence of the universe, it was also possible to improve one's martial arts realm. However, it was much more difficult to improve one's martial arts realm than to comprehend the first level of the true essence of the universe. Normally, warriors would first comprehend the first level of the universe. After that, their realms would be higher, and their perception of the mysteries of the great Tao of the universe would be clearer. Their comprehension would be more thorough, and it would be easier for them to comprehend the profound mysteries of the great Tao of the universe. Naturally, it would be easier for them to comprehend the martial Tao and sword Tao of the spirit realm. However, not all true saints could comprehend and master Ascension realm martial arts and sword principles. Only a few of them could do so. Only demigod experts could fully grasp the spirit realm martial Tao. Just as Chunzong was about to teleport to the temporal temple, he was stopped. That's him. That's right. He's the one who stole all our belongings. Chunzong immediately saw a group of people rushing towards him. Some of them looked familiar. Friend, are you the one who robbed my lava battle team members? The leader of the group was a tall and burly human. His muscles bulged as if they were carved out of diamonds. His body was covered with crimson flame patterns, and he emitted a blazing aura. There was no one within a few feet of him. It was as if no one dared to get close to him. His aura was too hot and intense. It was unbearable for ordinary people. Chunzong narrowed his eyes. This was a true saint expert. Robbers will be robbed in the end, Chunzong replied with a smile. I don't care. You stole my team members' belongings. That's your fault. That's right. Give me double, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, the man narrowed his eyes, and there seemed to be a flame burning in the depths of his eyes. It was as if a monstrous flame was about to spread out. It was terrifying. A shocking heat spread out, turning the surroundings into a fiery hell. This is the Universe City. Do you have the guts to attack me? Chunzong thought for a moment and asked. Also, I'll use the Temporal Temple's teleportation to leave. Are you going to follow me? You stole my lava battle team's belongings. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I won't let you go, the man said angrily. How about this? Let's fight. If I lose, I'll give you all my Chaos Divine Gems, Chunzong said with a smile. If you lose, you'll give me all your Chaos Divine Gems. Do you dare? How would I know how many Chaos Divine Gems you have? The man was not fooled. Instead, he sneered. If that's the case, I'll give you this low-grade Chaos Flying Ship if I lose. If you lose, you'll give me Chaos Divine Gems of the same value. Chunzong waved his hand, and a Chaos Flying Ship appeared. It was the one he had stolen previously. Okay, the man smiled. A low-grade Chaos Flying Ship will be priced at 10,000 Chaos Divine Gems. Fights were not allowed in the Wind P Universe City. In other words, many cities in the universe did not allow fights to break out. However, they could fight as long as they went to a special place for fighting. Every city in the Void had a battle arena. If one wanted to fight, one had to go to the battle arena. Regardless of whether it was a friendly match or a life and death battle, one had to go to the battle arena. In the battle arena, the head captain of the lava battle team was suspended in the air. Wisps of flame aura permeated the air and turned into a tangible form. They rushed up from the bottom of his feet and burned. His hair also stood up and waved continuously. An extremely terrifying aura permeated the air and rushed in all directions. Burn! It was as if the air had been ignited and burned wantonly. Remember, I'm the Lava Martial Saint. The man immediately spoke. His voice was filled with shocking power. It was as if it could shake the void. It carried an extremely shocking power. Unparalleled Sword Saint, Chunzong replied. Unparalleled Sword Saint. You dare to use the word unparalleled in your name. You're really confident. The Lava Martial Saint was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, and I advise you to give up on the word unparalleled and change it to something else. Otherwise, you'll get into big trouble. What kind of big trouble? Chunzong asked curiously. I'll tell you after you're defeated. The Lava Martial Saint sneered and immediately attacked. He raised his palm, and countless crimson lines intertwined on his palm. It was as if flames were burning endlessly. He slapped his palm out. With a loud bang, the entire arena trembled. The upper limit of the battle arena was the true Saint realm. If a demigod attacked, the battle arena would collapse and be destroyed in an instant. He struck out with his palm. The scarlet-red palm print was incomparably condensed. It carried with it a wave of extremely shocking heat and violence as it blasted towards Chunzong. It was boundlessly overbearing, as if it wanted to crush everything and crush Chunzong. Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. He immediately sensed an extraordinary, mysterious aura from his opponent's palm strike. It was the aura of the way, a supreme aura of the way. It was different from the way of the world. It was close to the aura of the way of the heavens. Very strong, very strong. The power of that palm was many times stronger than that of a top upper saint. This was the power of a true saint realm expert who had comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. This was also Chunzong's first time facing a true saint realm expert. He unsheathed his sword and sword light burst out. It turned into a peerless sharp light that tore through the air and left a faint mark in the void. Boom! Boom! The magma martial saint attacked again and again. There was more than one extremely powerful crimson palm print. After the first one, there was a second, third, fourth, and fifth one. One after another, the crimson palm print continued to attack. Every crimson palm print contained a terrifying and boundless power. It was as if it was going to shatter the space in front of it. In the outer universe, such an attack could easily shatter stars and shatter worlds. However, in the current chaotic universe, its power was greatly suppressed. Its destructive power was also greatly reduced. Coupled with the suppression of the arena, its power was further reduced. However, that was only on the surface. Its power was still very terrifying. Even a top Saint Realm expert would not be able to withstand it if they were hit. Similarly, a true Saint Realm expert would definitely not feel good if they were hit. It was normal for them to be injured. Of course, no one would be willing to be hit. Chunzong swung his sword and slashed. The sword light was endless. In an instant, there were 18 flashes. It was the single-hearted sword technique from Sword 1 to Sword 18. The further it went, the more powerful and swift the sword became. With the support of the godlike sword realm and the mystery of the sword, the power of the single-hearted sword technique increased by many times. Fight! This was Chunzong's first battle with a true Saint Realm cultivator. It felt different from the battle with the Lava Beast King in the lava lake of the Void Inferno. Although the Lava Beast King was equivalent to a true saint, it was only a very ordinary one. Moreover, it did not have high intelligence. It was more of a battle instinct. The Lava Martial Saint was different. He was much stronger than the Lava Beast King. He was an excellent opponent. This person's power is terrifying. The other members of the Lava Battle team were all dumbfounded and shocked. There was more than one true Saint Realm expert in the Windbreak University. However, each true Saint Realm expert was famous. The Lava Martial Saint of the Lava Battle team was a mid-level expert among the true saints in the Windbreak University. Now, a person who called himself the Peerless Sword Saint had such power. It was really shocking. Shenzong enjoyed this battle very much. It was extremely intense and carefree, especially after his cultivation had reached the peak of the Innerverse. He had risen from a mid-level saint to an upper-level saint, and he had even reached the peak of the upper-level saint realm. His mixed Yuan heart force had become even more tyrannical and vigorous. Without using the godlike sword realm, Shenzong's strength was at the invincible saint realm. Under the godlike sword realm, his strength was even more shocking. Lava Purgatory. The magma martial saint didn't manage to defeat Shenzong. Instantly, he erupted with a terrifying aura. A purgatory of boiling magma descended in an instant, pressing down on Shenzong, trying to suppress him. It was extremely powerful and shocking. This pressure immediately made Shenzong feel heavy pressure. The heat was so hot that it seemed to burn his body. You're using your full strength? If that's the case, Shenzong also completely erupted. The light in his eyes was shocking to the extreme. A powerful godlike sword realm sword intent also erupted in an instant. The invisible sword tip soared into the sky and filled the entire arena. It directly pierced through the lava purgatory. 3 times. Eternal Star. Chapter 31:55. In the arena, the battle was intense. Shenzong turned into a sword light and flew rapidly towards the lava martial saint. His speed was even faster than before, reaching 60,000 meters in a breath. This speed wasn't as fast as the lava martial saint. After all, a true saint who had comprehended the first level of the universe could fly at least 50,000 meters in a breath. Some could even reach 100,000 meters in a breath. The lava martial saint's speed wasn't slower than 60,000 meters in a breath. However, Shenzong's true speed was the speed of his attacks. Under the godlike sword realm, the speed of his attacks was extremely shocking, reaching the level of 100,000 meters in a breath. Each of his attacks was shockingly sharp, as if they could pierce through everything in the world. In front of the lava martial saint, countless sword lights surged forward like a torrent. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying. The single-hearted sword technique was continuously used without stopping, as if it was a cycle. The lava martial saint was also good at head-on battles. However, facing Shenzong's extremely fast sword light, he was suppressed and could only passively defend. The rhythm was completely controlled by Shenzong. The lava martial saint was indeed strong, but Shenzong was stronger. Defeated, under the explosive power of the single-heart sword technique, the power of the unique skill, the power of the celestial sword realm, and the profoundness of the sword directly broke through the lava martial saint's defense. It stopped in front of the lava martial saint's forehead and gently stopped. The terrifying sharpness penetrated the forehead and rushed into his brain. The lava martial saint was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had lost just like that. You won. After 3 breaths, the lava martial saint said. No matter how unhappy he was, he had indeed lost. 10,000 chaos divine gems. Originally, he only had 400 left. Now he had 10,400 chaos divine gems. With these chaos divine gems, he should be able to use the space-time temple's space-time teleportation to Taihao Mountain. Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink next time. After getting 10,000 chaos divine gems, Shenzong was in a good mood and said to the lava martial saint. Instantly, the lava martial saint looked a little depressed. He then smiled and said, "You said it. Remember it." The temporal temple was created by a demigod ruler who was proficient in the Tao of time and space. There were many of them, and they were located in Chaos City and Universe City. There were none in Void City. Every space-time divine hall could teleport to another location, but each teleportation consumed a large amount of energy. Chaotic divine crystals were required as a fee. Where do you want to go? The person in charge of collecting fees asked Shenzong. Extreme Flame Primal Chaos City. Shenzong answered directly. To reach the territory where Taihao Mountain was located one had to pass through 2 primal chaos cities and 5 universe cities. As for Void City, one had to pass through dozens of them. Teleport 5,000 chaos divine gems individually. Teleport 500 chaos divine gems to each of the 12 people. How many people are there now? Shenzong asked. 8. 8 people. That meant they were 4 people short. Shenzong thought for a while and decided to wait for a while. Otherwise, a single teleportation would cost 5,000 chaos divine gems, which was too expensive. Shenzong received a token and was told not to leave Wind Universe City. This was because the Temporal Temple would send out a notice when all the people were gathered. With this token, one could receive the notice and rush to the Temporal Temple. If one left Wind Universe City, they would not receive the notice. When the time came, the Temporal Temple would not wait for the person to return. Instead, they would activate the teleportation within a set time. It did not matter if there were fewer people because the Chaos Divine Gems were already in their hands. The main purpose of gathering the people was to gather enough Chaos Divine Gems. Activating the teleportation would consume a lot of energy. Teleporting 1 person or 12 people would consume a lot of energy. Although there was a difference in energy consumption, it would not be much. Of course, teleporting from a universe city to a neighboring universe city would cost 1,000 Chaos Divine Gems per teleportation. If 12 people were teleported, it would cost 100 Chaos Divine Gems per person. It had to be known that the distance between 2 neighboring universal cities was extremely far. If one flew at a speed of 1,000 meters per second without stopping, it would take close to 100 years. Shenzong couldn't possibly spend 100 years on his journey, and many cultivators wouldn't do so either. Therefore, the space-time transmission of the Temporal Temple was extremely important. Think about it. A single teleportation could cross the distance of a universe city and save 100 years of time. It was amazing. It was normal for it to be more expensive. Of course, the distance between 2 universe cities was nothing to a demigod powerhouse. They could easily cross the distance in just a few years, or even shorter. For saints, it was too far away. Countless saints would not even step out of the territory of a universe city in their lifetime. Their flying speed was very limited. They could only travel a few thousand or even 10,000 meters per breath. It would take them thousands of years to cross 2 universe cities, and that was under the most ideal situation. What was the most ideal situation? It meant that they would not encounter any danger along the way. However, the chaotic universe was filled with countless dangers. No one could predict what would happen. Even a demigod powerhouse would not dare to say that they could withstand any danger in the chaotic universe. Waiting. A year passed quickly, and the number of people had reached 11. Only one more was needed, but it was hard to say how quickly this one would appear. Although Shenzong was waiting, he did not waste any time. He continued to comprehend and cultivate. The potential of the Ascension Sword realm was amazing. He could continue to comprehend and improve it. The 3 sword mysteries also had great potential to be unearthed. The 3 sword mysteries were sharpness that could cut through everything, an extremely violent explosion, and an overbearing strength. The 4th sword mystery was also in the process of being born. It would probably be born in a few decades. Now that his cultivation was at the peak of the Innerverse, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation unless he broke through a major realm. However, it would be difficult for Shenzong to do so in a short period of time. The Ascension Sword realm had great potential and could be further explored. The 3 mysteries of the sword represent different directions of the sword Tao. Shenzong secretly comprehended. I now have 4 ultimate arts of the One-Heart Sword Tao. They represent the violent and blazing Taihao, the extreme sharpness and speed of the divine firmament, the tyrannical and crushing power of the eternal stars, and the extreme destruction and annihilation of all things in the world. The 3 mysteries of the sword produced by the godlike sword realm are related to 3 of the 4 moves of my wholehearted sword Tao. The sharpness that could cut through everything was related to the divine firmament. The extreme violent explosion was related to the Taihao sword. The overbearing strength that could crush all things was related to the eternal stars. Then, What about the fourth sword mystery that was still in the process of being born? Could it be related to the return of all things in heaven and earth? Whether it was or not, he would know in a few decades. Right now, it was difficult to sense. However, Chunzong continued to comprehend and discovered that the spatial ring contained 3 of the 4 sword Dao techniques that he had mastered: Taihao, divine firmament, and eternal stars. All of them could be further improved and improved. The sword mysteries of the Ascension, Sword Realm, represented the correct direction of Sword Dao. Only by improving the Sword Dao techniques in the correct direction could the Sword Dao techniques be unleashed to their fullest potential. Another year passed, and finally, the last person was gathered. Chunzong also received a notification from the Temporal Temple and immediately headed there to begin the teleportation. The feeling of being teleported was very strange. In an instant, it was as if he had been broken down into countless particles and then reformed in another place. In a short span of 10 breaths, he crossed a distant territory and arrived at a primal chaos city. Without stopping, Chunzong once again headed to the Temporal Temple in this primal chaos city. He was heading to another primal chaos city. This time, he waited for 3 years before he gathered 12 people and activated the teleportation once more. After going through the Temporal Temple's space-time teleportation again and again, he finally arrived at the territory where the Taihao Mountain was located. It took a total of 10 years. Without the space-time teleportation, with my speed, I wouldn't be able to cross so many territories without a few thousand years. Even a demigod expert would need a few dozen years. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself, however, I have to gather 12 people for each teleportation, which costs nearly 5,000 Chaos Divine Gems. If I were to teleport individually, it would cost at least 50,000 Chaos Divine Gems. Now that I've arrived at the territory where the Taihao Mountain is located, I can no longer use the Temporal Temple space-time teleportation. I can only rely on myself to travel. With that thought, Chunzong immediately flew out of the Primal Chaos City and headed outside. He then took out a low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship to travel. After all, using a low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship to travel was still faster than traveling by himself. After 10 years of comprehending the sword, Chunzong's understanding of the sword had deepened. He also applied the mystery of the sword to his body movement, which increased his flying speed from 60,000 meters per second to 70,000 meters per second. However, it still couldn't compare with the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship speed of 100,000 meters per second. Even if the speed was comparable, it was still better to use the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship as a means of transportation. It wouldn't consume his own strength. Moreover, the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship was very sturdy and had amazing defensive power. If he encountered any terrifying danger, it would be equivalent to a layer of protection, giving him more time to react. In the Primal Chaos flying ship, Chunzong continued to comprehend the sword techniques and sword principles while driving the ship. He pondered the godlike sword force and unearthed the potential of the mystery of the sword. The Primal Chaos universe was extremely vast. The human race and the origin race were both large races and belonged to a mix. There were no absolute distinctions. There were only a few dozen Chaos-level cities, less than 100. However, there were thousands of universe-level cities. Each universe-level city represented a territory. Each territory was very vast. There was a universe-level city and more than 10 void-level cities. In addition, there were various factions ranging from a few dozen to a few hundred. It was an intricate and complicated situation. When Chunzong found out about this, he was very shocked. This was because even the outermost universe he had been in and the inner universe he had been to couldn't compare to this. This territory was called the Primal Chaos Weave, which had the same name as the Primal Chaos City. Taihao Mountain was located in the Primal Chaos Weave and was one of the dozens of factions. It was considered a mid-level faction among the dozens of factions. Chunzong had already purchased this information from the Heaven Secret Tower. At my current speed, it should take about 3 years to reach Taihao Mountain, Chunzong thought. For a moment, he was eager to return home. He was secretly excited and looking forward to it. Chapter 31:56. Inside the low-level chaotic flying ship, Chunzong steered the ship while constantly comprehending. The mystery of the sharpness sword of the Ascension Sword realm is indeed amazing. I should use it to improve the Shenshao sword and make it more compatible. When the Shenshao sword was first created, it was meant to pierce through the giant's body. It was only because the giant's body was too strong that the sword was born. It was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. It also had amazing speed. But the most important thing about the Shenshao sword was its sharpness. It could cut through everything. The mystery of the sharpness sword was the direction that Chunzong wanted to grasp now. He wanted to use it to improve the Shenshao sword and make it even more powerful. After several years of comprehension, he suddenly felt a jolt, and a clear understanding welled up in his heart. A shocking light shot out from the depths of Chunzong's eyes. It was like the edge of a sword that could pierce through and tear through everything. I understand. Chunzong could not help but smile. I see. The Shenshao sword can be used like this. When he had not comprehended it, he did not understand the mystery. But after comprehending it, it was different. He immediately understood the mystery and knew how to use it to be stronger. Using his finger as a sword, an extremely shocking sword intent immediately spread out. It was an extremely sharp sword intent. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist this sharpness and would be directly pierced and torn apart. This was Swordwill. It was the Shenshao Swordwill. Originally, Chunzong's Swordwill was the Swordwill of the wholehearted sword principle. But now, the Shenshao sword had been comprehended to an extreme and had also given birth to Swordwill. This meant that it had reached an amazing level. Under the stimulation of the Shenshao Swordwill, Chunzong immediately felt as if his finger had turned into a divine sword. It was full of amazing sharpness and invincible sharpness. Pierce. He gently pushed his finger forward. An extreme sharpness pierced through everything. Double. Chunzong could not help but smile. After the mysteries of the sharpness of the celestial realm of sword sharpness fused with the Shenshao sword, it immediately made the Shenshao sword even more complete and powerful. The speed of the sword did not change, but its sharpness became much more powerful. Its power directly doubled. Originally, his strength was considered not bad at the true sage realm. Now that the power of the divine firmament sword had multiplied, his strength was even more terrifying. Chunzong did not continue to study the Shenshao sword because it would be difficult to improve it any further unless he could further improve the Ascension Sword realm and the Sharpness Sword. The power of the divine firmament sword had multiplied, but the other three ultimate moves did not. Chunzong began to comprehend the second move, Eternal Stars. He integrated the profundity of the tyrannical sword into it, improving and improving it. The divine firmament sword was extremely sharp. It was invincible, but the Eternal Stars sword was different. It was boundless and domineering. It could crush everything. It was a terrifying power. Under the ancient star sword, it was as if an ancient star had descended, suppressing everything. If this sword was completely integrated with the tyrannical sword mystery, the power of the Eternal Star Sword would also be multiplied. Finally, after a few years of flying, Chunzong saw a mountain. It was a mountain suspended in the void of the chaotic universe. It was a mountain that was thousands of meters high. It was very huge, but it was nothing compared to the chaotic universe. The chaotic universe was too big. However, compared to the chaotic universe, such a mountain was like a speck of dust. Taihao Mountain. Chunzong immediately stood up. He did not stop his deduction and comprehension, but he also did not interfere with his actions. His eyes shone with joy. It was Taihao Mountain, the Taihao Mountain that he had not seen in a long time. Although it was only a little more than 1,000 years apart, it was 2 universe epochs apart. It was the transition from the previous universe epoch to the current universe epoch. 1,000 years apart, 2 universe epochs apart. This made Chunzong feel as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had been worried about it for a long time. Today, he finally arrived and saw it again. Immediately, Chunzong flew out of the low-grade chaotic flying ship and waved his hand to put it away. He quickly flew toward Taihao Mountain. Compared to more than 1,000 years ago, Taihao Mountain didn't seem to have changed much. It was just that the cities outside were missing. Those cities had fallen apart due to the disaster caused by the fusion of the universe. Countless people in those cities had died as a result. It cannot be helped. The disaster caused by the fusion of the universe was too terrifying. Those with insufficient cultivation could not withstand it at all and would die directly. Even a saint-level expert would not be able to withstand it without protection. There was a 50% chance that they would die because of it. He wondered how Taihao Mountain was doing now. With a hint of urgency, Chunzong immediately turned into a beam of sword light and rapidly approached Taihao Mountain. His speed reached 70,000 meters in a breath. Chunzong's strength was equivalent to the true saint realm. His speed was extremely fast, and he closed in on Taihao Mountain in one breath. However, the protective array of Taihao Mountain was activated, and it was fully activated. This puzzled Chunzong. Activating the protective formation at full strength would strengthen the defense to the extreme and make it difficult for people to break in. However, it would also consume a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, the protective formation would be half activated so that it would not consume too much energy. This protective formation was indeed good. When fully activated, it could withstand the attack of an upper-level saint. It was much more advanced than the protective formation of Taihao Mountain more than 1,000 years ago. After all, the protective formation of Taihao Mountain back then could only barely withstand a supreme saint, which was equivalent to a middle-level saint now. It seemed that Taihao Mountain had developed well in the chaotic universe for more than 1,000 years. However, when Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force spread out and covered the entire Taihao Mountain, no one could detect it. Nianxin is not here. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He could not find Nianxin in the entire Taihao Mountain. Did she go out? Go and ask. Chunzong immediately went into the protective formation. The protective formation was indeed powerful, but it could not do anything to Chunzong. Even when Chunzong came in, the protective formation of Taihao Mountain did not give any warning because Chunzong wanted to hide. Of course, a true saint might not be able to do so. The strongest person of Taihao Mountain was an upper-level sword saint. Chunzong knew him. Sword Saint Wu Sha. Grand Elder, that astral sect is too overbearing. They want us to choose between submitting or being killed, a middle-level sword saint said angrily. It's impossible for us to submit. Our Taihao Mountain will never submit. Sword Saint Wu Sha's tone was very firm, decisive, and sharp. Taihao Mountain has been passed down from the last universe era. It was one of the holy lands of the outer universe at that time, and it was also the strongest holy land. In the outer universe at that time, middle-level saints were the peak, but Taihao Mountain had 3 middle-level saints. This was the glory of the past. Sword Saint Wu Sha had always been. He had never forgotten. Grand Elder, that astral sect, is much more powerful than Taihao Mountain. The third Elder, who is also a middle-level sword saint, sighed slightly. Now, half of the dozens of forces in Yuanzhan Weave have submitted to astral sect. There are also 10 forces that were destroyed by astral sect because they did not submit. Even if we are destroyed, Taihao Mountain will not submit. Killing Sword Saint said very directly that he had lived from the previous epoch. The second Elder was different from the third Elder. He had been born in this primal chaos great cosmos and had joined Taihao Mountain. He had constantly cultivated, and with his extraordinary talent, he had become a middle sword saint in a short 1,000 years. They belonged to Taihao Mountain, but that kind of belonging was different from Sword Saint Wu Sha's. It's a pity that the third and fourth generation Taihao have disappeared. Otherwise, with their talent, they would definitely be much stronger than me, Sword Saint Wu Sha thought. If Chunzong was here, I wonder how strong he would be. That astral sect would definitely not be able to do anything to Taihao Mountain. Confidence. That was a great confidence in Chunzong. It was the confidence that had been established in those battles back then. Back in the day, the Outerverse was much weaker than the current Chaos universe. However, the Inferno Demon Gate and the Infernal Demon Cult had brought about a great calamity that had directly affected the entire Outerverse. There had been one battle after another, and countless deaths and injuries had been extremely tragic. At present, Taihao Mountain had one upper-level Sword Saint, two middle-level Sword Saints, and 5 lower-level Sword Saints, all of whom were elders. Back then, Taihao Mountain did not have so many Saint-level Sword Saints, nor were they so powerful. After all, even a most powerful Qinzong was only equivalent to an upper-level Sword Saint. Grand Elder, you can't be stubborn. The third elder continued. Taihao Mountain has been here for more than 1,000 years. We can't be destroyed because of this. Do we have to submit? The second elder immediately asked. That's the only way, the third elder said. Otherwise, many disciples of Taihao Mountain will be killed because of this. There will be countless casualties. Third elder, you've gone too far. Sword Saint Wuxia was furious. A terrifying killing intent spread out and enveloped the third elder. The sword intent of an upper-level Sword Saint was stronger than that of a middle-level Sword Saint. Suddenly, the third elder's expression changed drastically. Grand Elder, what are you doing? I'm doing this for the sake of Taihao Mountain, the third elder hurriedly shouted. For the sake of Taihao Mountain, do you think I don't know that you've secretly contacted the elders of Astral Sect? Sword Saint Wuxia was even more furious. His killing intent grew stronger. Since you know, then you should know that Taihao Mountain is no match for Astral Sect. The third elder seemed to have been exposed. He calmed down and sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. Astral Sect is very strong. There's more than one true saint in Astral Sect. It's easy for them to kill a saint. Even you, Grand Elder, can't block one move from Sect Master. Third Elder, have you already submitted to Astral Sect? The second elder's face was filled with anger. The other lower Sword Saint elders also glared at the third elder. Ha ha ha. It's natural for the weak to submit to the strong. Astral Sect is much stronger than Taihao Mountain. It's normal for them to submit. The third elder laughed. Die. Sword Saint Wuxia was furious. He directly pulled out the long sword on his back. The sword light condensed with an unparalleled killing intent. It directly broke through and mercilessly attacked the third elder. The sword was about to take the traitor's life. The third elder's expression changed drastically. His heart trembled. In an instant, he crushed a piece of jade. Immediately, a ray of light appeared and covered his body, blocking the powerful slash of Sword Saint Wuxia's sword. Chapter 31:57. The sword chi surged and then shattered. Laughing heartily, the third elder immediately flew outside. Although you're stronger than me, you can't kill me. The third elder turned into a beam of sword light as he rushed out of the hall. His voice suddenly grew louder and resounded throughout Taihao Mountain. Disciples of Taihao Mountain, listen up. The Stargate is extremely powerful. If you surrender now, you can become a disciple of the Stargate. The best among you even have a chance to become a disciple of the true Saint Realm. Instantly, all the disciples of Taihao Mountain heard it. They were all stunned at first, then shocked. Damn it! Sword Saint Wuxia immediately chased after him with his sword. Second Elder also chased after him. The 5 lower Sword Saints also chased after him. Their strength was indeed inferior to a middle Sword Saint in a one-on-one battle. But the 5 of them were good at working together and could suppress an ordinary middle Sword Saint. Don't waste your efforts. This is a protective treasure given to me by the Stargate Master. You can't break it at all. Third Elder couldn't stop laughing. He even purposely flew above Taihao Mountain so that more disciples of Taihao Mountain could see and hear him. This method was to shake the hearts of the people and break down the resistance of Taihao Mountain from the inside. Clown. A soft sigh was heard. It was like a wisp of cool breeze blowing past. It instantly entered everyone's ears. The third elder, who was flying recklessly, only fell to pause. He was directly imprisoned in midair, unable to move. What's going on? Third elder's face was filled with shock and confusion. He kept struggling, but he could not break free.
Sword Saint Wu Sha and the others were also stunned. What happened? Who was speaking just now? Back then, when Taihao Mountain faced the disaster of being wiped out, no one retreated. Even if the sword was broken and people died, no one was afraid or took half a step back. The voice was filled with emotion, but it was more cold and solemn. Sword Saint Wu Sha immediately showed a look of surprise and anticipation. Back then, who was the person who mentioned the Taihao Mountain back then? Who was the person from the Taihao Mountain back then? This voice was still somewhat familiar, even if it was more than 1,000 years and a universe epic apart. It's him. He's back. Sword Saint Wu Sha immediately became excited. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if emerging from nothingness, and appeared in the eyes of everyone on Taihao Mountain. It was Chunzong. Chunzong had already snuck into Taihao Mountain. He had also seen the farce that Third Elder had caused. Yes, in Chunzong's eyes, it was indeed a farce. At the same time, he felt angry. Since when did Mount Taihao need a compromise? Even though the universe had changed and Taihao Mountain was no longer as important as it was in the past, the strength of swordsmanship still existed, and the spirit of Taihao would live on forever. Sword Saint Wu Sha was extremely excited. He had been waiting day and night, hoping that the cultivators of Taihao Mountain would return, but they never did. He could only endure it himself and keep on cultivating until he reached the upper level of Sword Saint. His strength was many times stronger than before. However, it was still not enough. Taihao Mountain's status could no longer be compared to the past. Among the dozens of factions in Yuan's and Cosmic City, Taihao Mountain was only considered a mid-tier faction. Now, the Star Sect had come from another territory and wanted to rule over the Yuanzhan territory. They wanted the other factions to submit, and they had already subdued more than half of the factions. The Star Sect was incredibly domineering and wanted to subdue all of the factions. Taihao Mountain had already received an ultimatum: submit or be destroyed. The Third Elder had been secretly bribed by the Star Sect. In other words, he had secretly joined the Star Sect. Chunzong pointed out with his finger, and a wisp of sword chi shot through the air. Child's play. The Third Elder was stunned at first, but then he showed a disdainful smile. The shield on his body could withstand the attack of an upper-level sword saint without breaking. Only very few top Saint Realm experts could break it. However, in the next moment, the Third Elder showed an extremely horrified expression. It broke. The shield was directly broken by that wisp of sword chi. After the sword chi broke the shield, it did not kill the Third Elder. Instead, it turned into a rope of sword chi that tied him up and brought him into the main hall. This scene immediately fell into the eyes of everyone in Mount Taihao, and it caused a lot of discussion. It should be known that the First Elder's sword could not do anything to the Third Elder's shield. Now, it was broken by a wisp of sword chi from an unknown swordsman. Just how powerful was that unknown swordsman? Among the disciples of Taihao Mountain, there were still a few people whose faces were filled with shock. It's him. He's back. It's him. It's really him. He's back. Mount Taihao is going to rise again. Those few people were trembling all over. They were very excited. What's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? The others noticed and were very puzzled. Who is he? Senior brothers, is he like you? Is he a disciple of Mount Taihao from the previous universe era? Back then, when the universe merged, disasters were everywhere, and countless creatures died. Although Mount Taihao survived, most of its disciples died because of it. Then the chaotic universe epic began, and everything changed. Cultivation became easier, but it also became more dangerous. Most of the disciples of Mount Taihao from the previous universe era had died. Only a few of them were still alive. However, they still had not broken through to the Saint Realm. They had only reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm and could break through at any time, but it was difficult to do so because they lacked the opportunity. Fortunately, they were disciples that had survived from the last epoch. They were from the same era as Sword Saint Wu Sha, so they were fortunate enough to obtain some secret techniques and pills to extend their lifespans. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Even so, if they did not break through to the Saint Realm,
they would not have much time left. That's right. He's from Mount Taihao from the previous universe era. He was once a disciple of Mount Taihao and later became a senior elder of Mount Taihao. He almost became the fourth Taihao of Mount Taihao. It's not that he's not strong enough to become the fourth Taihao, but that he lost it to his cultivation partner. These disciples were originally a little lifeless because their lifespans were nearing the end of their lives, but now they seem to have been injected with vitality. They were overflowing with joy and excitement. They were very excited and told him everything they knew, using a tone of incomparable pride that came from the bottom of their hearts. The fourth Taihao. The disciples of Mount Taihao were very surprised because there was no such thing as the fourth Taihao in Mount Taihao. It seemed to have become a thing of the past. Even the senior elders were gone. After all, Mount Taihao used to be one of the top 3 holy lands in the outer universe. It was extremely powerful, so it was normal to have a senior elder or even a Taihao. However, Mount Taihao was only a small force in the chaotic great cosmos now, like a small fish in a vast ocean. Having an elder was enough. They did not even have a sect master. In the main hall, Chunzong grabbed the third elder and entered, followed by Sword Saint Wu Sha and the others. Senior Elder Wu Sha, long time no see. Chunzong looked at Sword Saint Wu Sha with a smile. Senior Elder Wu Sha, long time no see. Ha 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 ha. Sword Saint Wu Sha laughed heartily. More than 1,000 years was actually not a long time. However, due to the gap of a universe epoch, the old, incomplete universe had been destroyed and merged into a new chaotic great cosmos. The second elder and the other 5 lower Sword Saint elders were all surprised. They vaguely guessed Chunzong's identity. He should be an expert of Mount Taihao from the previous universe epoch, just like the Grand Elder. Let me introduce you to the current situation of our Taihao Mountain. Sword Saint Wu Sha immediately began to explain. As for the third elder, he was tossed aside and ignored. Chunzong listened carefully, listening to the changes of Mount Taihao from more than 1,000 years ago to the present. The current Taihao Mountain was very different from the Taihao Mountain of the past. Back then, only an extremely small number of people had survived, which made Chunzong feel a sense of loss. Chunzong was most concerned about Yunyanxin, his master, and the others. Sword Saint Wu Sha took out the words carved by Yunyanxin on the stone wall and handed them to Chunzong. Chunzong looked at the words on it, lost in thought. It turned out that he had left long ago when the universe was destroyed and merged. Now, he did not know where he had gone. As for his master and the others, they had also left Mount Taihao after the birth of the chaotic great cosmos to look for other opportunities. Searching was a must, but he could not blindly search. After all, the changes in more than 1,000 years were too great. The chaotic great cosmos was too vast, and his strength was still limited. If he wanted to search, he needed to use methods. It was very suitable for the Tianji Tower to search, but it would probably take a lot of chaotic divine crystals. In addition, the third Taihao had not returned. Back then, he had been protected and taken away by the last will of the origin of the outer universe, but they had all been scattered. Now, no one knew where they had gone. There were too many territories in the chaotic great cosmos, far surpassing the outer universe of the past. In an instant, Chunzong straightened things out. Yunyanxin had to be found, but Mount Taihao could not ignore it. Finding Yunyanxin was not something that could be found all at once. There was no clue where to go. He could only go through the Tianji Tower, and one of the Tianji Tower's branches was in Yuanzhan University. Now, he had to deal with the matter of Mount Taihao before leaving. This matter was naturally related to the Star Sect. The third elder had secretly sided with the Star Sect, so he was a traitor and should be killed. But before that, he still needed to force some information out of him. Under Chunzong's means, the third elder finally obediently revealed the information he knew. The Star Sect was an external force that came from other territories. As for which territory it came from, it was not clear. In the Star Sect, there were 3 true saint powerhouses, and they were very powerful. The gap between the saint realm and the true saint realm was greater than the gap between the transcendent realm and the saint realm. 3 true saint powerhouses. Even Chunzong could not help but looked solemn. His current strength was indeed stronger, and he belonged to the stronger level in the true saint realm, but the other side had 3 true saints. If they joined forces, he was afraid that it would be very troublesome. He did not know if he would be their opponent. However, the star sect should not know the current situation of our Mount Taihao, so they would not send 3 true saints. Chunzong thought, if only one true saint came, I would kill him and weaken the power of the star sect. Chapter 31:58. After forcing the traitor to reveal everything about the Stargate, the traitor was naturally of no value. Chunzong pointed his finger, and sword chi surged, piercing through the traitor's forehead. The traitor's soul was scattered, and he died. The traitor had a look of disbelief on his face, even in death. He was so decisive in killing without any hesitation. Next, prepare to face the Stargate, Chunzong said directly, taking charge. I'm relieved to have you back to oversee Taihao Mountain. Sword Saint Wuxia smiled. In the past 1,000 years, he had been under a lot of pressure. He had to resist the invasion of foreign enemies and develop Taihao Mountain. It had taken a lot of effort, and he had always been in a tense state. Taihao Mountain has existed since the upper universe to this day, and it will continue to be passed down. Chunzong smiled slightly, but his words contained an incomparable conviction. It directly affected the others, making them all excited and full of fighting spirit. Prepare for war. Taihao Mountain began to prepare for war. Chunzong's return seemed to have injected a powerful force into Taihao Mountain, making it glow with vitality. From the elders to the disciples, everyone was excited. Tom was up as well. A primal chaos flying ship flew over from afar. It rapidly approached and finally stopped outside Mount Taihao. Following that, numerous figures flew out from the primal chaos flying ship and swiftly spread out to surround Mount Taihao. These figures all wore long robes decorated with starlight, and they gave off a magnificent feeling. There were more than 100 such figures, and each of them exuded an aura fluctuation that reached the saint realm. People of Taihao Mountain, listen up. Quickly open the mountain barrier formation and welcome the Stargate. One of the upper-level saints spoke, and his voice directly entered the mountain barrier formation, echoing throughout Taihao Mountain. The mountain barrier formation could block the attack of an upper-level saint, but it could not block out sound. After all, sound did not have much power. The Stargate is here. What? There was a sudden commotion in Taihao Mountain, and the disciples were all alarmed. They're finally here. Chunzong opened his eyes for meditation. An array of cold light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely sharp, piercing through everything. It had been nearly 3 years since he had returned to Taihao Mountain, and the Stargate had just arrived. During this period of time, Chunzong's strength had also increased. His figure flashed and turned into a beam of sword light. Chunzong appeared on Taihao Mountain. Sword Saint Wuxia and the others also appeared one after another, with Chunzong taking the lead. Let's go, Chunzong said directly and flew out of Taihao Mountain. Who are you? The Stargate sect had already obtained all the information about Taihao Mountain from the Third Elder. However, the Third Elder was already dead, and they did not know that Chunzong had arrived. People of Taihao Mountain, Chunzong replied unhurriedly, I'll give you a chance. Go back to where you came from. What a joke. If Taihao Mountain doesn't submit to the astral court today, it will be destroyed, the upper-level saints said angrily. I'll give you 3 breaths to make your choice. Submit or be destroyed. If that's the case, then stay here. Chunzong smiled coldly, and the heavenly will sword left its scabbard. Slash! The moment the sword left its scabbard, the sword seemed to have disappeared. Only a dazzling light streaked across the sky and slashed at the saints of the Stargate sect at an astonishing speed. How dare you attack? The upper-level saint of the Stargate sect shouted in disbelief and anger, attack. Destroy Taihao Mountain. Immediately, the powerhouses of the Stargate sect erupted one after another, releasing an astonishing aura as they attacked. Every Saint Realm powerhouse blasted out a beam of starlight. The starlight was either thin or thick, and they all had different auras. Some of them were extremely hot, while others were extremely cold. Attack! Sword Saint Wuxia roared. He instantly unsheathed his sword and slashed out an astonishing sword light with extremely restrained, murderous intent. A great battle broke out immediately. Chunzong showed no mercy with his sword, but he did not use any of his techniques. He only used the single heart sword technique and suppressed his strength to below the true Saint realm. He was in the invincible Saint realm. The strength of an invincible Saint realm powerhouse was quite rare, no more than that of a true Saint realm powerhouse. This was because in order to possess invincible strength, a Saint realm powerhouse needed a combination of various aspects. Their cultivation realm had to be high enough, their secret arts had to be profound enough, and they had to possess powerful treasures, such as supreme treasures and divine artifacts. The sword light pierced through the sky. In an instant, there were 19 beams of sword light. Each of them was extremely fast and shocking. Each beam of sword light directly locked onto a Saint realm powerhouse of a Stargate sect. They could not dodge. The speed of the sword light was too fast. It was impossible to dodge. The sharpness of the sword light was even more shocking. In just one exchange, the beams of starlight were shattered. The Saint realm powerhouses of the 19 Stargate sects were hit. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc. They could not resist at all and were instantly killed. What? The upper-level Saint of the Stargate sect was shocked. 19 of his men were killed in one exchange. How was this possible? Wasn't the most powerful sword saint of Taihao Mountain the upper-level sword, Saint Wuxia? He did not have such strength at all. Retreat. The upper-level saint of the Stargate sect immediately roared. At the same time, he blasted out 2 huge beams of starlight. The starlight spun wildly like a vortex and rushed toward Shenzhou. At the same time, the Saint realm powerhouses of the Stargate sect immediately retreated upon receiving the order. Slash! The sword light crisscrossed and formed a cross-shaped mark in the sky. It directly slashed at the 2 beams of starlight and destroyed them. Supreme Elder, please intervene. The retreating Stargate sect powerhouse immediately roared. His voice quickly spread through the vast void. I didn't expect Taihao Mountain to have such a powerhouse. A soft sigh suddenly sounded. At first, it was faint, but then it grew louder. In the end, it surged wildly like a wave in the void. The momentum was boundless, like a raging sea. Suddenly, a beam of starlight shot out from the primal chaos flying ship. The beam of starlight was dazzling. It was like a burning starlight flame. It wrapped around a figure. The aura it exuded was unfathomable and mysterious. It directly suppressed the entire scene. Regardless of whether one was a low-level saint, a mid-level saint, or a high-level saint, all of them would be able to sense a gap and a form of suppression from the aura of that figure. It was like the gap between a snake and a dragon. It was like the gap between a snake and a dragon. True, Saint Realm. Sword Saint Wuxia and the others were shocked. They did not need to do anything. They could tell at a glance that someone with this kind of aura was a true Saint Realm powerhouse. It would be difficult to tell unless the other party deliberately concealed his aura. They all knew that the Stargate sect had a true Saint Realm powerhouse. The traitor Third Elder also said that the Stargate sect had 3 true Saint Realm powerhouses, but Taihao Mountain did not. Not to mention Taihao Mountain, even the 3 strongest forces in the territory of Origin John Cosmos City only had 1 true Saint Realm powerhouse each. Now, one of the 3 strongest forces had been destroyed by the Star sect with lightning speed. The remaining 2 did not submit, but reacted quickly and hid in the Primordial Astral Universe City, using the Primordial Astral Universe City to resist the invasion of the Star sect. For a time, it would not be easy for the Stargate sect to take down Origin John Cosmos City. Therefore, they planned to sweep through this territory first and make all forces surrender or perish. After that, they would concentrate all their forces to deal with the 2 forces hiding in Origin John Cosmos City. I didn't expect to meet an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse here. The figure within the sparks spoke again. His voice seemed to contain some kind of rhythm, and an indescribable power spread out.
Starlight flickered incessantly. Today, I will give you a chance. Submit to the Starry Gate, and you can live. I guarantee that you will obtain a good position in the Starry Gate, and you will be above other saints. He's actually an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse. No wonder he's so strong. The Stargate sect was surprised. An invincible Saint Realm powerhouse was very rare. On the other hand, the Taihao Mountain sect was not happy at all. Invincible Saint Realm powerhouses were indeed rare. Usually, the Taihao Mountain sect would be very happy to have an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse, but at this moment, they were not happy at all, because the Stargate sect had a true Saint Realm powerhouse. No matter how powerful an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse was, he was only an invincible Saint Realm powerhouse. He cannot be compared to a true Saint Realm powerhouse. After all, there was a huge gap between the two. The expressions of Sword Saint Wu Sha and the others changed drastically. What should they do? So, you don't plan to retreat today? Chinzong was not moved at all. Instead, he smiled slightly and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In that case, all of you can stay. So what if you're a true saint? Today, under my heavenly sword, I will kill a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Without any hesitation, the moment his voice fell, Chunzong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light that shot out at an extremely fast speed. He directly approached the true Saint Realm powerhouse of the Stargate sect. You're courting death. The true Saint Realm powerhouse of the Stargate sect immediately snorted coldly and directly slapped out with his hand. Countless starlight gathered and turned into a giant starlight hand that carried an astonishing power that directly pressed down. Pressure. This was the power of a powerhouse who had comprehended the first level of the true essence of the universe. He had touched upon the true mysteries of the universe's great Tao, completely surpassing the level of Saint Realm powerhouse. If Chunzong had not comprehended the divine sword realm, no matter how amazing he would not have any resistance against a true Saint Realm powerhouse. But there were no ifs. The truth was the truth. Slash. Chunzong immediately unleashed a powerful sword attack. The celestial sword realm was also activated. The sword light became extremely sharp in an instant, as if it could ignore everything in the world. It immediately slashed towards a starlight palm. Originally, the sword chi should have been crushed by the starlight hand, but that was not the case. The starlight hand paused slightly, and then was cut by the sword chi and cut open with irresistible force. How can it be? The true Saint Realm powerhouse of the Stargate sect was instantly shocked and could not believe it. However, he reacted quickly and immediately attacked again. He slashed with one hand, and a starlight blade broke through the air and slashed out. However, Chunzong had made up his mind to kill the other party in the shortest time possible. The moment he unleashed his full strength, he even used 3 times his strength. 3 times the strength of divine firmament. The extremely sharp sword slashed out, and nothing in the world could block it. The starlight blade was also instantly split open, and the sword light ferociously attacked. Chapter 31:59. When the sword was drawn, there was no mercy. 3 times Shenxiao's sword radiance swept across the sky. It was a fatal blow. Starlight armor. The true sage from Stargate's sect was shocked. The terrifying aura contained in the silver sword radiance caused his expression to change drastically. In an instant, he felt an incomparably terrifying threat. Countless starlight appeared from all directions and gathered in an instant. They attached themselves to his body and formed an armor that shone with starlight. This was Stargate sect's defensive secret skill. It had an extremely shocking defensive ability. Even experts of the same level would find it difficult to break it. However, the starlight armor could not withstand Shinzong's attack that was 3 times Shinxiao's. After all, the current Shinxiao sword was no longer the Shunxiao sword from before. It had been modified and improved, and its might had doubled. The profundities of the sharpness sword had been completely fused into it, causing the sharpness of the sword to become even more shocking, yet it was extremely restrained.
The sword that could break through anything focused on sharpness and did not increase its speed. Otherwise, the true sage from Stargate Sect would not have time to use the starlight armor to defend himself. Slash! Ear-piercing sounds rang out continuously. Shen Xiao's sword kept slashing, wanting to split the starlight armor apart. However, the starlight armor resisted with all its might. It wanted to block the slash of Shen Xiao's sword. The starlight armor's defense was shocking. With the true sage from Stargate Sect continuously transferring power to maintain it, it blocked the slash of Shen Xiao's sword that was 3 times stronger. However, the gap was still there. Rip! Slash! The starlight armor was immediately split open. The sword radiance pierced straight through, and the body of the true sage from Stargate Sect was immediately slashed. The defensive power of his body could not be compared to the starlight armor. Under the attack of Shen Xiao's sword that was 3 times stronger, he could not resist at all and was directly split open. With a bang, the body of the true Saint Realm expert from the Star Sect exploded and turned into countless specks of starlight that sputtered and flew into the distance. They drew a mysterious trajectory and finally gathered again to form the true Saint Realm expert. This was the ability that one could only possess after comprehending the first level of the true essence of the great path of the universe. It allowed one to temporarily merge with the great path and temporarily obtain an ability similar to the immortal body. This was also the reason why true Sage Realm powerhouses were not easily killed. Of course, this did not mean that he was truly immortal. Although the true Saint Stage powerhouse from the Starry Sect managed to survive after being slashed by Lin Zhao's sword that was 3 times stronger than the Divine Firmament sword, his face was pale and his aura had dropped by quite a bit. This meant that the sword had caused him great damage. How terrifying! One sword strike has already damaged half of my divine body of the Great Path. One more strike, and I'll definitely die. The true saint from the Starry Sect was terrified and didn't dare to approach Chunzong again. Instead, he quickly retreated. This scene stunned the Saint Realm Masters from Star Sect and Sky Vast Mountain. All of them were stunned, unable to react for a while. The Star Sect's true Saint Realm Master was no match for the invincible Saint Realm Master of Taihao Mountain. Were their eyes playing tricks on them, or were they dreaming? At the true Saint stage, one would comprehend the true essence of the universe and grasp the more profound mysteries of the universe Tao. To put it simply, the transcendent realm was the initial stage of comprehending the Great Path, while the Saint Realm Masters had already comprehended the mysteries of the Great Path and mastered their own Tao. However, this Tao also belonged to the Great Path of the universe. The Great Path that the Saint Realm Masters could only be regarded as the surface of the Great Path of the universe. Only by comprehending the true essence of the universe could one touch the interior of the Great Path of the universe, which was a qualitative change. By comprehending the true essence of the Great Path of the universe and touching the interior mysteries of the Great Path of the universe, one could condense the corresponding divine body of the Great Path. The divine body of the Great Path was completely separated from the body of flesh and blood. The so-called heart and other vital points did not exist. Of course, if one's soul was shattered, one would die immediately. However, if one's soul was not directly shattered, one could rely on the divine body of the Great Path to resist the attack. Even if one resisted the attack, the divine body of the Great Path would often be damaged. The extent of the damage depended on the strength of the attack. The damaged divine body of the Great Path could be recovered, but under normal circumstances, it required a relatively undisturbed environment and a certain amount of time. There was no such opportunity in a battle unless one mastered some profound and special secret techniques that could instantly absorb energy to repair the damage of the divine body of the Great Path. Obviously, this true saint cultivator of the Stargate Sect did not master such a superb and rare secret technique. Otherwise, he would not have needed to escape. He could have just used the secret technique to instantly recover his damaged divine body of the Great Path. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Xiao smiled coldly. With a flash of sword light, he immediately chased after him. Beams of sword light tore through the sky. Their speed was astonishing. They were even faster than the opponent's flying speed. The flying speed of a true Saint cultivator was usually between 50,000 and 100,000 meters in a breath. Very few cultivators could break the limit of 100,000 meters in a breath. However, it was very rare. Obviously, this true Saint cultivator of the Stargate sect was relatively ordinary in the true Saint realm. His speed had not reached the upper limit of the true Saint realm. He could not escape the pursuit of the beams of sword light. He could only defend himself. Chunzong's sword speed had reached the limit of the true Saint realm. He could travel 100,000 meters in a breath. Stop it! The true Saint cultivator of the Stargate sect tried his best to resist Chunzong's sword attack. He shouted in shock, "Stargate sect still has 2 true Saint cultivators who are stronger than me. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape their pursuit. You will definitely die. If you let me go, I can guarantee that I will let Taihao Mountain go. I will never cause trouble for Taihao Mountain again." Chunzong was unmoved. In the beginning, he had asked the people of the Stargate sect to retreat, but they did not. It was too late to say that now. Moreover, Chunzong was not a young boy who could be easily fooled. If he let him go now, he was afraid that he would gather the other 2 true Saint cultivators and kill him when he returned. With his current strength, he could fight one-on-one. However, if he faced 3 true saints directly, he would not be a match for them. One had to know that he did not have the divine body of the Great Path now. Once he was defeated, he would be finished. This person should be killed. Even if the other 2 true Saint cultivators of the Stargate sect attacked, he was more confident in fighting them alone. He waved his sword and used the single heart sword technique. Every sword attacked wildly. Chunzong also quickly approached the other party. Taihao, a true sun, rose directly and slashed down along with the sword attack. It swept across the sky and pressed down. This sword was extremely violent. Its speed was slower than Shunxiao's sword, but it was faster than the ancient stars and was extremely blazing. He could not dodge it. The Stargate sect true Saint cultivator's divine body of the Stargate Great Path was damaged by more than 50%. His strength was also affected and decreased a little. He was also hit by the single heart sword technique continuously. He was caught off guard and could not dodge the bombardment of Taihao's sword. After being hit directly, his divine body of the Great Path was damaged again. The blazing flames burned continuously, causing the Stargate sect true Saint cultivator to scream in pain. Die! Chunzong exploded again and slashed out with his sword. Shunxiao, the extremely sharp sword, instantly pierced through the other party's divine body of the Great Path. With a bang, the Stargate sect true Saint cultivator's divine body of the Stargate Great Path finally could not withstand it and directly exploded. This time, it exploded, but there was no way to reassemble it because it was completely destroyed. A wave of fluctuations suddenly came, and there seemed to be a whimper faintly echoing in the void all around. Then, it was the sorrowful cry of the Great Path. Immediately, specks of starlight appeared and then fell one after another. They dissipated like smoke and fire. An indescribable sadness suddenly grew in everyone's hearts. True Saint cultivators comprehended the true essence of the universe and touched upon the mysteries of the universe's Great Path. They cultivated their divine body of the Great Path and had a closer connection with the universe's Great Path. Once they died, it would cause the corresponding universe's Great Path to shake and cause a phenomenon. For example, this Stargate sect true Saint cultivator cultivated the Stargate Great Path and cultivated his Stargate Great Path divine body. When he died, specks of starlight would fall and perish. The stronger he was, the more obvious and mighty the phenomenon would be. He's dead. An invincible Saint realm cultivator killed a true saint? This is impossible. He is a true Saint cultivator. He is not a Saint realm cultivator. He is a true saint. Taihao Mountain has a true Saint cultivator. The others from the Stargate sect seemed to have gone crazy as they roared in horror. Chunzong showed no mercy and swung his sword again. Kill! Run. Run away. Don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. No matter how they reacted, in the end, the hundreds of saints and one true saint cultivator were all killed by Chunzong. Not a single one was left alive. Tragic. It was very tragic. Even when the Stargate sect defeated one of the three forces in Yuanzhan Cosmos City, their losses were not even half of what they were now. Of course, at that time, three true saint cultivators attacked together and killed the true saint cultivator of that force in the shortest time possible. This time, they only sent a true saint cultivator to deal with Taihao Mountain. They did not even plan to let that true saint cultivator take action. They only sent him to guard the place just in case. After all, the Stargate sect already knew the strength of Taihao Mountain. The most powerful one was Sword Saint Wu Sha, who was stronger than ordinary upper saints. No one knew that Qinzong would return at this time. No one knew that the returning Qinzong had the strength of a true saint, which was stronger than ordinary true saints. The consequence of not knowing was that the Stargate sect's forces were all wiped out. In a void not too far away from Taihao Mountain, there was a floating continent. The continent wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. Specks of starlight circled around the continent, and on the continent, there were numerous palaces standing tall. This was where the Stargate sect was located. In one of the palaces of the Stargate sect, there were lights burning. These were soul lamps. The function of soul lamps was to directly know the life and death of the people of the Stargate sect. All saints and true saints of the Stargate sect would light up a soul lamp in this soul lamp hall. Some talented transcendents were also qualified to light up a soul lamp. The soul lamps were arranged in rows from bottom to top. At the bottom were the soul lamps of the transcendent realm geniuses. At the top were the lower realm saints. Above that were the intermediate realm saints, and above that were the upper realm saints. The top row only had 3 soul lamps, representing 3 true saint realm masters. Suddenly, one of the 3 soul lamps in the top row went out, followed by dozens of soul lamps in the bottom row. Something bad has happened. The lower saint who was on duty in the soul lamp hall was stunned at first, thinking that he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. His expression changed drastically. It was true. A large number of soul lamps had gone out. When a soul lamp went out, it meant that the person was dead. Moreover, among the dozens of extinguished soul lamps, one of them was at the top row, which represented a true saint cultivator. Chapter 3160. Inside the Stargate. Investigate. Investigate immediately. What's going on? The Stargate sect master was extremely furious. There were only 3 true saints in their group. Logically speaking, they should be able to sweep through Yuanzhan Cosmic City's territory. After all, they had already done their research before coming here. The human race and origin race had thousands of territories, and some were strong and some were weak. The stronger territories even had demigods, while the weaker territories only had 1 true saint at most. Yuanzhan Weave was considered a very ordinary weave among the thousands of human and origin race territories. In total, it had 3 true saints. The Star Sect also had 3 true Saint Realm experts. They had killed 1 true Saint Realm expert and forced the other 2 true Saint Realm experts to hide in Yuanzhan Universe City, not daring to come out. This way, they would first sweep through the entire weave and unify it before attacking Universe City. Finally, they would take over Universe City and completely dominate Primordial/Weave. The plan was going smoothly, but what had happened? Why would there be such a heavy loss in this operation against Brilliant Sky Mountain? More than 100 Saint Realm Masters had died. More than 100 Saint Realm Masters. Although the Stargate could take out such a force, it was still a huge force. Now, all of them were dead, and one of their true Saint Realm Masters had also been killed. Heavy losses. It was an incomparably heavy loss. No matter what, they had to investigate and find out why such a heavy loss had occurred. The 2 major powers that were holed up in Primordial Executioner Universe City were the Origin Race's Origin Light Sect and the Human Race's Leaf Family. What? The Stargate sect attacked Mount Taihao and was completely annihilated. Is this news true? When the True Sage Realm powerhouses of Yuan Guang sect and Leaf Family heard the news, Their first reaction was shock. They did not believe it at all. Although they were holed up in Universe City, borrowing the power of Universe City to resist the Stargate, they were constantly paying attention to the movements of the outside world, especially the actions of the Stargate. He only believed it after confirming it over and over again, but he was still extremely shocked. Since when did Taihao Mountain have such an expert? The true Saint Realm expert from Yuan Guang's sect widened his eyes. It is said that the history of Taihao Mountain can be traced back to the last era of the universe. Perhaps there is some terrifying power hidden within that could kill a true saint, the Li family's true saint guest. Those who were related to the previous universe era were usually more mysterious. Of course, many people knew that the previous universe epic couldn't be compared to the current chaotic universe. The difference in power level and upper limit was too great. Generally speaking, the previous universe era was more of a historical symbol. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were some great treasures that were passed down that possessed terrifying might. Send someone to pay a visit to Taihao Mountain and sound them out. The eyes of the true Saint Realm expert from Yuan Guang's sect flickered. Of course, they would not act personally. If the Stargate sect found out, they would send out true saints to kill them. It would be very dangerous. Inside Taihao Mountain, there was a sea of surprise, excitement, and cheers. The Astral Gate was so powerful that they could directly invade, which made people feel despair. There was also a true saint who was even more terrifying, who could easily sweep through the entire Taihao Mountain. On the other hand, Chun Zong, who they had high hopes for, was told by the true Saint Realm Masters of Star Sect that he was invincible in the Saint Realm. Normally, they would be pleasantly surprised, but in the face of a true Saint Realm Master, their surprise turned into panic. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that there would be such a shocking reversal? Chun Zong, who was rated as invincible in the Saint Realm, actually suppressed the true Saint Realm Master of Star Sect and even killed him in the end. He also slaughtered hundreds of Saint Realm Masters from Star Sect who came to attack. What did this mean? This meant that Chun Zong was not invincible in the Saint Realm, as the true Saint Realm Master of Star Sect said, but was in the true Saint Realm. He was so powerful that he could kill other true Saint Realm Masters alone. The true Saint Realm was also divided into strong and weak. A powerful true Saint Realm Master could kill a weak true Saint Realm Master alone. This was a pleasant surprise, an extremely pleasant surprise. Taihao Mountain also had a true Saint Realm Master, which meant that Taihao Mountain was safer and less likely to be invaded. As a disciple of Taihao Mountain, their safety was naturally more guaranteed. Even if they went out to gain experience, they would not be deliberately targeted or suppressed. The weak were weak, and the strong were always strong. This strength could be one's own strength or the strength of one's backer. Only with a strong backer could one have a higher status outside. In the main hall of Taihao Mountain, too powerful, those Saint Realm Masters of Star Sect could not resist at all. They were slaughtered like vegetables and melons. The group of elders were all extremely excited and moved. "Everyone, I have a suggestion," Sword Saint Wu Sha suddenly said loudly. "Our Taihao Mountain has existed since the last universe era. Originally, Taihao Mountain had the position of Mountain Master, the Council of Elders, and the first generation Taihao. But now, Taihao Mountain only has the Council of Elders." Everyone listened quietly. A country can't go a day without a king, and a family can't go a day without a leader. Sword Saint Wu Sha continued, his eyes blazing. "Our Taihao Mountain can't go without a leader. The Council of Elders was the Council of Elders, and the Mountain Master was the Mountain Master. They were two different concepts. In the past, Taihao Mountain had a Mountain Master, but that Mountain Master did not care about anything. Even Chun Zong had never seen him. As for now, he was probably dead. In the name of the Great Elder, I suggest that peerless Sword Saint Chun Zong be the Mountain Master of Taihao Mountain. He will be the Sect Master of Taihao Mountain," Sword Saint Wu Sha said loudly. The other elders were stunned. In fact, they were somewhat used to the days without a Mountain Master, but this Mountain Master had survived from the last universe era and was a powerful true Saint Realm Sword Cultivator. It seemed like a good choice. Agreed. Seconded. The 6 middle and lower sword saint elders immediately responded, and no one objected. What a joke. What was the benefit of objecting? The higher one's status was, the greater the responsibility one had to bear. They were only saints, and in this vast chaotic universe, saints were too common and were nothing at all. Now, there was a true saint realm master who could stand up and shelter them from the wind and rain. Such a good thing could not be asked for. So how could they refuse? One had to know that a sect with a powerhouse and a sect without one were two completely different concepts. A sect with a powerhouse in charge meant that the sect's strength would be stronger, and they would be able to obtain better guidance and more resources, which would be more beneficial for cultivation. Greetings, Mountain Master. The elders, led by Sword Saint Wu Sha, immediately bowed to Chunzong. Chunzong did not know whether to laugh or cry. With just a few words, he was crowned as the Mountain Master. In that case, I will temporarily be the Mountain Master of Taihao Mountain. Chunzong did not refuse. Now, Taihao Mountain indeed needed a master, and he was from Taihao Mountain, so he should take on this responsibility. It was also his duty. As the great elder, Sword Saint Wu Sha naturally arranged for a grand ceremony to be held. The Mountain Master Ceremony. This was to announce that Taihao Mountain would have a sect master from now on. When the disciples heard the news, they were all stunned and then ecstatic. Mountain Master, a sword cultivator of the true saint realm as the Mountain Master, commanding and overseeing Taihao Mountain. How amazing was that? In view of the current situation, with a powerful external enemy like the Stargate sect, no outsiders were invited to participate in the Mountain Master ceremony of Taihao Mountain. Even the news was not spread. It was only held internally. Good wine and food were all brought out for the disciples of Taihao Mountain to celebrate. Elders and disciples, today I, Chunzong, am the Mountain Master of Taihao Mountain. I will do my best to strengthen Taihao Mountain so that Taihao Mountain can last forever. Chunzong raised his wine cup and said to the elders and disciples in a clear voice. His voice contained traces of sword will, which directly entered everyone's ears and reached their hearts. This toast is to the ancestors of Taihao Mountain. They were the ones who founded and continued Taihao Mountain. To the ancestors. The second toast is to the masters born in Taihao Mountain. Chunzong raised his second cup. More masters. Led by Sword Saint Wu Sha, the elders and disciples shouted one after another. This third toast is to the eternal existence of Taihao Mountain. Chunzong raised his third cup with a smile. Everlasting throughout the ages. Everyone followed suit and roared, extremely excited. It was supposed to be a grand ceremony for a mountain chieftain, and it should have been a very stylish and grand occasion. However, Chunzong had turned it into a pledge ceremony. Even so, the effect was excellent. At the very least, everyone, from the elders to the disciples, had been mobilized. They were all very eager and excited, and were willing to shed their blood for the development of Taihao Mountain. After the Mountain Master ceremony, Chunzong did not stay idle. Instead, he took out many of the excellent sword techniques he had mastered before and improved them with the superb realm of the godlike sword realm. For example, in the last universe era, in order to hone his sword techniques in the ancient mysterious world of the inner universe, he challenged everywhere. Therefore, he learned many sword techniques. There were more than 1,000 of them in total. Most of the sword techniques were relatively ordinary, but there were a few excellent ones. For example, Lingxi Sword Saints Lingxi Sword Technique, Lingxi Sword Saints Lingxi Sword Technique, Yinshu Sword Saints 33 Styles of God Slaying Sword Technique, Thunderbolt Sword Saints Thunderbolt Sword Technique, and so on. In addition, there was the Stellar Sword Palace's Stellar Myriad Sword Technique, and the Eternal Sword Master's Eternal Sword Technique. Even in the current chaotic universe, that level of swordsmanship would still be considered a very brilliant swordsmanship. Because it was easier to break through to the saint realm in the chaotic universe, it usually did not take too much time to immerse oneself in sword techniques. This was different from the previous universe era. After all, in the previous universe era, it was very difficult to break through to the Saint Realm. Every step after breaking through to the Saint Realm was also very difficult. In order to improve one's strength, it was natural to focus more on perfecting and improving sword techniques. Under the superb realm of the Celestial Sword Realm, the various sword techniques that Chunzong had learned and grasped in the past started to be sorted out. He absorbed the essence and fused it into the profoundness of his single-hearted sword arts, eventually turning them into 5 superb sword techniques that were not inferior to the ancient sword arts, and even surpassed them. Taihao sword technique focused on violence and burning. Shenshao sword technique focused on extreme sharpness. Boundless formless sword technique focused on extreme speed. Eternal Star sword technique focused on overbearing and crushing. Heaven and Earth returning to ruin sword technique focused on destruction. Then, Chunzong divided the 5 supreme secret sword arts into 9 sword arts and 12 sword arts. Then, he divided the sword arts into even more sword arts. Although the profundity and power of these sword arts were weakened, it was easier to learn them. As for the single-hearted sword technique, it required one to be in the chaotic prime realm and the inner universe to cultivate. Chapter 3161. The sword techniques created and broken down by Chunzong were divided into 3 levels from high to low: Supreme Secret Art, High-Rank Secret Art, and Mid-Rank Secret Art. As for the sword techniques originally owned by Taihao Mountain, they were classified as low-rank secret arts. Any disciple of Taihao Mountain could learn low-level secret sword techniques for free. The more outstanding disciples could learn mid-level secret sword techniques, and the genius disciples could learn high-level secret sword techniques. If they wanted to learn more mid-level and high-level secret sword techniques, they would need to exchange for merit points. Learning sword techniques, one level at a time, would lay a solid foundation, and it would be easier for them to cultivate supreme secret arts. When the entire Taihao Mountain heard the news, all of them were extremely excited. Our Taihao Mountain originally only had a dozen sword techniques, but now we have more than 100. That's great. I always felt that the previous sword techniques were not suitable for me, and I couldn't cultivate them to the highest level. Now, the new mid-rank secret art I'm cultivating is very suitable for me. If the mid-rank secret art is already so good, I wonder how good the high-rank secret art is. Also, how powerful is that supreme secret sword technique? After Chunzong created various sword techniques, the entire Taihao Mountain fell into a frenzy of sword techniques. The disciples learned new sword techniques that were more suitable for them, and their strength began to improve significantly. In a short time, 3 disciples at the peak of the transcendent realm found an opportunity to successfully break through to the Saint Realm, and Taihao Mountain had 3 more sword saints. Chunzong was playing with a command medallion in his hand. This command medallion looked like a thick and heavy sword blade. It was about half the size of a palm and was very heavy. It also had a cold feeling to it, as if it was forged from ancient cold steel from the depths of the abyss. Chunzong always felt that this token was very strange. He studied it for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. He put the token aside, drew his sword, and began to practice the single-heart sword technique. Sword techniques required both comprehension and practice. Only when comprehension and practice went hand in hand could one grasp the true essence of sword techniques. Only by deepening one's comprehension could one grasp a deeper level of mysteries. The Ascension Sword Realm was indeed a high level, but Zhang Xian could only be considered to have just stepped into it. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. Chunzong practiced the sword over and over again. He didn't use the mixed origin heart force. When he stabbed out with his last sword, he suddenly felt a new surge of energy being born. He immediately stabbed out with his sword again. The 20th sword of single-hearted sword technique. Previously, the single-heart sword art had 19 swords. Now, it had reached 20 swords. In an instant, a surge of sword will spread out and cover the entire secret room, reverberating endlessly. The token placed on the side seemed to be stimulated by the sword will and actually trembled slightly.
attracting Chunzong's attention. Exclaiming in surprise, Chunzong reached out his hand and grabbed the token. The token flew into his hand, and he activated his sword intent and rushed toward the token. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the sword intent, the token actually trembled violently. Chunzong immediately felt a pulling force emanating from the token. If it were someone whose cultivation was not high enough, their consciousness would have been directly pulled into the token, but Chunzong resisted it directly. A trace of hesitation flashed in Chunzong's heart, but it did not last for long. He made a prompt decision and sent a wisp of his consciousness into the token. Even if he discovered that something was wrong, Chunzong could cut off that wisp of consciousness, and he would not suffer any harm. His consciousness didn't resist the pulling force of the token and directly escaped into it. It was as if it was traveling through a space-time tunnel. Chunzong felt a shocking aura from it. It was the sword will. That's right, because there was indeed a strong fluctuation of sword will in it. The sword will had a very ancient feeling, as if it came from ancient times. Chunzong felt a little familiar. This sword will. Chunzong couldn't help but be stunned. That wisp of consciousness kept going deeper and deeper, passing through the tunnel of sword will, and finally appeared on a circular platform. A mysterious force fell and began to condense with his wisp of consciousness as the center. In an instant, a body was constructed. It was exactly the same as his body, but it didn't have all the power of his body. It's really interesting. Chunzong became more and more interested. It was a somewhat familiar fluctuation of sword will. A wisp of consciousness condensed into a body. What was it? Suddenly, wisps of light diffused from nothingness and condensed into a 1-meter-long sword light in front of him. It steadily suspended in front of Chunzong. This is... Chunzong was slightly stunned. He tried to step on the sword light and stood on it steadily. The sword light suddenly trembled, as if reminding Chunzong to stand still. Then it flew forward. Sword flight. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Who on earth made this token? It was so interesting. The sword light flew out of the darkness at an extremely fast speed. It flew over the endless river, over the mountains covered with vegetation, and over the fields that seemed to be endless. The sky was high and the ground was wide. However, there was no life. No, to be precise, there were no birds or beasts. Then, where on earth was this place? Chunzong became more and more confused. As he flew, an incomparably tall mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was like an extremely huge sword that stretched across the vast land. It pointed straight at the sky, as if it had shattered layers of clouds. He couldn't tell how tall it was. The sword light flew Chunzong directly to the incomparably tall sword mountain, and finally stopped at the foot of the huge sword mountain. Welcome to the Ancient Sword League, new swordsman. An ancient voice suddenly sounded, but no one appeared. The voice sounded again. I am the spirit of the Ancient Sword Mountain. Chunzong suddenly understood. What is the Ancient Sword League? Chunzong asked. The Ancient Sword League is the League of Swordsmen of the Human Clan, the Ancient Sword Mountain spirit replied. Who founded the Ancient Sword League? Chunzong was a little interested and continued to ask. The League of Swordsmen of the Human Clan. It sounded interesting. He had inquired about it before, but it was mainly about the Taihao Mountain, the Ancient Demon Clan, and the Ancient Demon Clan. Other than that, there were other very powerful forces. Therefore, he had never heard of the Ancient Sword League. The Eternal Sword Master. The Ancient Sword Mountain spirit said these 4 words, and instantly Chunzong's expression changed. The Eternal Sword Master. Could it be the Eternal Sword Master, the number 1 master of the 10,000 Swords Mountain in the ancient mystic world of the Inner Layer universe? That super expert who had struck a divine master with his sword, who was extremely powerful, and who was able to suppress a divine master with just 1 strike. Chunzong didn't know whether it was the Eternal Sword Master or not. He couldn't be sure now. Can I see the Eternal Sword Master? Chunzong asked. You can ride your sword light and fly up. When you reach the highest point, you can see the Eternal Sword Master directly. If you can't reach the highest point, you can only stay in the mountain and wait for an opportunity, the Ancient Sword Mountain spirit replied.
Thank you. With a thought, Chunzong drove the sword light under his feet and soared into the sky. Previously, he had been driven by the sword light, but now he was taking the initiative to drive it. The speed was extremely fast, and there was a feeling of satisfaction. This feeling, the higher Chunzong rushed up, the more he felt a kind of mystery. This Gujianshan was quite interesting. It was like a treasure that could identify sword wills. The body here didn't have much strength, but the sword intent could be stimulated. The strength of the sword intent could be stimulated here. Chunzong's doctrine of swordsmanship was in the spirit realm. The sword intent below the spirit realm was naturally extremely powerful. There was no obvious resistance. He only felt a little, but Chunzong still rushed to the top of the mountain in the end. The top of the mountain was like a huge sword blade. It gave people a feeling that all the other mountains were small at a glance. The moment Chunzong set foot on the top of the mountain, the entire ancient sword mountain shook. A shocking ancient sword will erupted and soared into the sky. Strands of sword light appeared in the sky. There were over 10,000 strands of sword light, and each strand of sword light was filled with an extremely shocking ancient sword will. The familiar sword intent made Chunzong more and more certain that the founder of the Ancient Sword League was the Eternal Sword Master. After more than 1,000 years, the change of two universes, Chunzong felt the familiar sword intent again. He looked up at the sword lights with a smile and immediately released his sword intent completely. This sword intent was lofty, vigorous, and majestic. It also contained an indescribable arrogance, coldness, and sharpness. This sword intent didn't seem to be just one sword intent. It was formed by the convergence of many sword intents. It was very inclusive and very changeable. There were actually many swordsmen's consciousness in Ancient Sword Mountain. They couldn't cultivate here, but they could practice their swordsmanship, feel the sword intent, and comprehend the doctrine of swordsmanship. In general, Ancient Sword Mountain was a good treasure for swordsmen. It was helpful for swordsmen to comprehend their own doctrine of swordsmanship. Who is that? This level of sword intent is also at the spirit realm. Our Ancient Sword League has one more spirit realm swordsman. The third one. We finally have a third spirit realm swordsman. The swordsman's consciousness cultivating in Ancient Sword Mountain were all pleasantly surprised. The spirit realm was more difficult than comprehending the first level of the truth of the universe. Therefore, there were very few swordsmen who could comprehend the spirit realm. Even a true saint swordsman couldn't comprehend the spirit realm. If a cultivator comprehended the truth of the universe and then comprehended the spirit realm, his strength would become very terrifying. Just as Chunzong's sword intent burst into the sky, the founder of the Ancient Sword League, Eternal Sword Sovereign, sensed it too. He immediately sent a strand of consciousness into Ancient Sword Mountain. He was stunned when he saw Chunzong. Senior, long time no see. Chunzong smiled and saluted with his sword. This was the salute of a swordsman. It was also the salute of a junior swordsman. Long time no see. The Eternal Sword Master also revealed a hint of a smile, returning the greeting with his sword. His smile was very carefree. He didn't expect that after the change of two universe eras, after more than 1,000 years, he would still be able to see that outstanding junior swordsman in this vast chaotic universe. He also didn't expect that when he saw this junior swordsman again, his doctrine of swordsmanship was already comparable to his own. Surprise. Excitement. However, he didn't show it very obviously. Chunzong, long time no see. Let's spar, Eternal Sword Sovereign said. He reached out his hand, and a sword light appeared in his hand. It turned into a long sword and slashed at Chunzong. Chapter 3162. He had obtained the Ancient Sword token by chance, entered the Ancient Sword Alliance, and met the Ancient Sword Master. This was a joyous occasion. Once they met, the two of them exchanged sword techniques and used the Ascension Sword Realm to verify each other. They sat down and discussed the way of the sword. The Ancient Sword Master was different from Chunzong. Currently, Chunzong's way of the sword had reached the Ascension Realm, but his cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the nascent Saint Realm. On the other hand,
The ancient sword master had truly crossed the universe epochs and personally experienced the universe's shattering, merging, and evolution. From there, he peered into the deeper mysteries of the universe and comprehended the first level of the universe's true essence. The ancient sword master's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Saint Realm, and he was only a step away from breaking through. After experiencing the universe's shattering, merging, and the change of the universe epochs, he instantly understood and broke through to become a true Saint Realm powerhouse. In the next few hundred years, he also made a breakthrough in the way of the sword and comprehended the Ascension Sword Realm. The ancient sword master was extremely talented and had an extremely deep understanding of the way of the sword. Now, he had become a true Saint Realm powerhouse. Although the Ancient Sword Alliance he founded wasn't strong enough, it still had amazing potential. Chunzong's strand of consciousness still remained in the Ancient Sword Alliance. He could constantly feel the aura of the way of the sword in the Ancient Sword Mountain. It was the aura left behind by other sword cultivators, and it had its own mysteries. It would corroborate with his own way of the sword, allowing him to better comprehend the mysteries of the way of the sword. That strand of consciousness didn't affect Chunzong much. In Taihao Mountain, after 1,000 years of being trapped in the chaotic microcosm and discussing the way of the sword with the ancient sword master, I finally understood. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. His way of cultivation was different from the great universe's way of cultivation. It belonged to him and was unique. Naturally, there was no clear path. Every step needed to be explored and comprehended by himself. However, he could also find some experiences from other ways of cultivation to inspire himself. Now that my inner universe cultivation has reached perfection, it's equivalent to the peak of the Saint Realm in the great universe's way of cultivation. Chunzong's mind kept spinning, and all sorts of mysteries flowed through his mind like flowing water. Then, what should I do next on my path of cultivation? Chunzong's mind, chaotic prime activated to the extreme. Chun. Chunzong deduced that the cultivation of the innerverse was complete, and he could no longer cultivate normally. He had no idea how to raise his innerverse to the level of a true saint. Or rather, he had a vague idea of how to raise his innerverse to a true saint. As he sorted out his thoughts, Chunzong's eyes gradually lit up. Chunzong's eyes lit up. The inner universe existed in one's body, but it could only be felt and could not be seen with the eyes. If the inner universe was truly integrated with one's body, it would be a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Chunzong immediately continued to deduce. Integrating the inner universe into one's body was equivalent to breaking through from the Saint Realm to the true Saint Realm. It was not a simple matter. If he failed, it was very likely that his foundation would be damaged. Chunzong began to deduce in seclusion. Everything on Taihao Mountain went on as usual, with the various sword techniques passed down by the sect leader and Chunzong. Everyone on Taihao Mountain glowed with vitality. Inside the Stargate sect, "Have you investigated thoroughly?" the Stargate sect leader asked coldly. "Yes, sect leader." A peak Saint Realm master immediately responded respectfully. "Taihao Mountain has a new master, Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong. He was the one who killed the Great Elder." The Stargate sect's Great Elder was the true Saint Realm master who was killed by Chunzong. Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong. The Stargate sect leader frowned. What's his origin? Any true Saint Realm master could kill other true Saint Realm Sword Dao masters. They should be quite famous. Why had he not heard of them before? Sect leader, we can't find out the origin of this person. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. The Stargate sect leader frowned immediately. A Sword Dao master of unknown origin. It was very scary. After all, Sword Dao masters were recognized as having extremely strong combat strength. Sect leader, to ensure that we can take down you and John Weave, we should ask for help. The second elder, who was also at the true Saint Realm, said in a deep voice.
Ask for help. The Stargate sect leader immediately muttered. A sword cultivator who could kill a true Saint Realm master was undoubtedly very powerful. Even if he and the second elder joined forces, they were not confident that they could defeat the other party. Moreover, there were two true Saint Realm masters in Weave City. Once he and the second elder moved, the two true Saint Realm masters in Weave City would also receive the news in a short period of time. They would then join forces with the true Saint Realm sword cultivators of Taihao Mountain to defeat the two of them. They might even be able to kill them. After thinking about it, they could only ask for help. Although this would affect their evaluation at the headquarters, it was still better than failing or even being killed. Then let's ask for help. The Stargate sect leader made a decision after thinking about it. The second elder immediately sent out a request for help. After receiving a response, he returned to the Stargate sect leader. Sect leader, the person who came is Snow Taoist priest. The second elder's face was filled with an indescribable fear and excitement. Snow Taoist priest. The Stargate sect leader immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, looking very fearful. However, he immediately became excited. Good, with Snow Taoist priest's reinforcements, Taihao Mountain will definitely be destroyed. After destroying Taihao Mountain, we'll directly break into Weave and completely occupy Weave. How long until Snow Taoist priest arrives? The Stargate sect leader was excited as he unconsciously clenched his fists. It's estimated to be at least 3 years, and at most 10 years, the second elder replied. 3 to 10 years. The Stargate sect leader relaxed his fists. This time was actually nothing to a true Saint Realm master who had lived for more than 10,000 years. After all, the chaotic universe was very vast. Reinforcements could not arrive from other places in an instant. Even if they used the space-time teleportation array in the space-time temple, they would need time to turn around. Far away, in the space-time temple in a primal chaos city, a snow-white person walked over. His robe was as white as snow, his hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were as white as snow. Even his skin was as white as snow. Just looking at him would make people feel waves of coldness. Her entire body was snow-white. Only her eyes were faintly red, like 2 rubies. They were so magnificent and enchanting. This snow-white person directly chose to open the space-time teleportation array alone. He paid a high price and quickly went to the next primal chaos city. Snow-white, blood-red eyes, Snow Taoist priest. He's Snow Taoist priest. Snow Taoist priest, the one who once killed 3 true saints with 1 slash? When the snow-white person teleported away, waves of exclamations suddenly sounded. Those exclamations were filled with fear and palpitations. He had killed 3 true saints in one go. What a terrifying method, and it was with 1 slash. That's him, Snow Taoist priest. Actually, he should be the Blood Blade Taoist. He's an absolute expert ranked 89th on the Primal Chaos Real Roll. Snow Taoist priest was famous. Once he appeared, there were waves of exclamations and shock. Immediately, many people asked where Snow Taoist priest was going. No one knew that Snow Taoist priest was the reinforcements of the Stargate sect. He had rushed over at an extremely fast speed, not 3 to 10 years as the second elder of the Stargate sect had estimated. With that speed, he would have arrived in less than 3 years. In Universe City, the 2 true saints of different forces also received the news. After all, Snow Taoist priest was an expert on the Primal Chaos Real Roll. There were only 100 places on the Primal Chaos Real Roll, and it listed the super experts of the true saint realm in the Primal Chaos universe. There weren't many true saints, but there were still some in the entire Primal Chaos universe. There were more than 100,000 of them in total. Even if the Human Clan and the Origin Clan were included, there were still quite a lot. The Primal Chaos Real Roll only had 100 places, which meant that only the strongest 100 true saints of the Human Clan and the Origin Clan were qualified to be listed. How powerful! Anyone on the Primal Chaos Real Roll was a tyrannical existence that was difficult to find an opponent in the primal chaos universe. Now, such an expert seemed to be heading in the direction of Yuanzhan University. Moreover, it was the infamous Snow Taoist who had killed countless people. It was even more frightening. Shenzong didn't know any of this. He was still in seclusion. After countless simulations, he finally found a way to integrate the Innerverse and began to truly integrate the Innerverse. Under Shenzong's control, the primal chaos heart force vortex suddenly changed. It spun faster and faster until it reached the limit. It then exceeded the limit and began to shrink inwards. The more it shrank, the smaller it became. However, the smaller it was, the more difficult it was to shrink. It required extremely strong control. When it shrank to the limit, it turned into a ball. It kept shrinking and expanding, as if it was about to explode but couldn't. With a boom, the primal chaos heart force that had shrunk to the limit exploded. In an instant, an unparalleled, terrifying power erupted. The power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The Innerverse also seemed to be destroyed by this explosion. The terrifying explosion turned into layers of raging waves that crazily rushed in all directions. It constantly shook and destroyed everything in its path. The stars that symbolized the moves and absolute arts of the single-hearted sword art were also shattered into nothingness by the explosive torrent of the mixed Yuan heart force. Break! 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 Every anomaly in the Innerverse was destroyed and swept into the raging waves. This made the raging waves even more ferocious and mighty. In the end, they swept through the entire Innerverse. Within the endless raging waves, a figure slowly condensed and finally condensed into Chunzong's appearance. As soon as the figure appeared, it immediately absorbed the raging waves around it. It even seemed to directly devour them and rapidly grew stronger. It became more substantial and condensed, and its body grew taller and taller. In the end, the figure swallowed all the raging waves into its body. Its entire body became incomparably huge. It was like a giant that had crossed through time and space from ancient times. It stood tall and filled the Innerverse completely. With every movement, the Innerverse trembled. Chapter 3163. Within Taihao Mountain, Chunzong had disappeared from his seclusion. Instead, he was replaced by a miniature universe. It was like a giant cocoon that floated in the secret room. It fluctuated slightly and emitted layers of mysterious power. The miniature universe was the inner universe, and it was constantly shrinking and shrinking until it reached its limit. The inner universe was gradually merging with Chunzong's body and becoming one. When the fusion was complete, it would be the time for Chunzong to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. By then, in terms of cultivation level, Chunzong would be equivalent to the true saint realm. He would not be inferior at all, and might even be able to surpass him. Coupled with the celestial sword realm, his strength would skyrocket. In Yuanzhan Cosmic City, the Temporal Temple's teleportation array was activated. Rays of light shuttled back and forth as a figure appeared. When the array quieted down, the figure stepped out. His snow-white body was very eye-catching. Snow Taoist. It's Snow Taoist. He came to our cosmic city. Our Yuanzhan Cosmic City is just an ordinary cosmic city. What is Snow Taoist doing here? Under many shocked gazes, the snow-white figure stepped out of the space-time temple and walked outside. Soon, the two true saints in Yuanzhan Cosmic City received the news and immediately met with each other. Their expressions were very serious. Snow Taoist. Snow Taoist had really come to Yuanzhan Cosmic City and did not leave immediately. What was the meaning of this? Every move of such a peerless monster would attract attention. Could it be that Snow Taoist is here for the Stargate? Could it be the Stargate's reinforcements? The two of them were horrified. If the Snow Taoist was the reinforcement of the Stargate sect, then they were done for. Even if they hid in the Universe City, it would be useless. The Snow Taoist power was enough to break the great array of the Universe City. The human race and the Origin Race Alliance had a rule that normal people could not be involved in a battle. However, breaking through the Cosmic City's defenses and killing specific people was fine as long as it did not cause a large number of innocent casualties. Snow Taoist was indeed very strong and had a fierce reputation. However, he had to abide by these rules. Otherwise, he would be punished. Snow Taoist did not stay in Yuanzhan Cosmic City. He quickly left and flew outside, inside the Stargate. What? The Snow Taoist is already here? The leader of the Stargate sect was shocked. How long had it been? Not even 3 years had passed. It had only been a little over 2 years, and the Snow Taoist had already arrived at Yuanzhan Universe City and left. From the looks of it, they were rushing here at full speed. Excitement. The Stargate sect master and the second elder immediately became excited. Quick, get ready to welcome the Snow Taoist. The Stargate master immediately gave the order. Sect master, I don't think that's necessary for the time being. However, the second elder said with a strange expression, the Snow Taoist is going directly to the Taihao Mountain. Given his style of doing things, it should be the same. Go directly to Mount Taihao. The Stargate sect master was startled. Move out immediately and march to Mount Taihao. The Stargate sect master made a prompt decision. The second elder immediately mobilized the experts of the Stargate sect. They boarded the Primal Chaos flying ship and quickly rushed to the Great Hao Mountain. Given Taoist Snow's strength, they weren't worried that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Taihao Mountain. The reason why they had set off immediately was naturally to take over everything in Taihao Mountain. The two true saints in Primordial Slayer Universe City looked extremely solemn. Taoist Snow's target is most likely Mount Taihao. If Mount Taihao is destroyed, only one will be left. Reinforce Mount Taihao. But the Snow Taoist once killed 3 true saints with a single slash. Even if we join forces with the true saints of Mount Taihao, I'm afraid we won't be his opponent. The envoys we've sent out should be arriving at Taihao Mountain soon. Send them a message immediately and have them inform Taihao Mountain about this so that they can prepare as soon as possible. This is all we can do. In Mount Taihao, Chunzong was still cultivating in seclusion. Naturally, all matters were left to the Great Elder, Sword Saint Wuxia. My Mount Taihao welcomes the arrival of the 2 envoys. Sword Saint Wuxia personally received the 2 envoys from Yuanzhan Universe City. They came with the goodwill of 2 true saints. Moreover, they were both peak Saint Realm Masters, slightly stronger than Sword Saint Wuxia. We were originally very happy to be able to visit Mount Taihao, one of the fat men said with a smile, but there was a hint of worry on his face. But before we arrived at Mount Taihao, we received a piece of news. What news? Sword Saint Wuxia's heart thumped when he saw the worried look on the fat man's face. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Great Elder, have you heard of the Snow Taoist? The other envoy asked. Sword Saint Wuxia immediately shook his head. Yuanzhan Weave, where Mount Taihao was located, was only a small weave. It was located in a remote area and did not know much about many masters. The Snow Taoist is a peerless master ranked 89th on the True Chaos ranking of the Human and Yuan clans. The True Chaos ranking. Sword Saint Wuxia exclaimed. He had heard of the True Chaos ranking before. There were only 100 places on it. The Snow Taoist was ranked 89th on the True Chaos ranking. How terrifying was that? The Snow Taoist has now arrived in Yuanzhan Weave and is heading in the direction of Mount Taihao. We don't know what the Snow Taoist's purpose is, but the Snow Taoist is infamous. If he comes to Mount Taihao, it's definitely not a good thing. Indeed, why would a peerless master ranked 89th on the True Chaos ranking come to a small force like Mount Taihao for no reason? There must be a purpose. There was no dispute between the 2 sides, but he still came here. What was the reason? One could not help but ponder. According to your speculation, the Snow Taoist might be reinforcement from the Stargate sect, the fat messenger said immediately. Sword Saint Wuxia's expression changed drastically. Reinforcements from the Stargate sect. A peerless master ranked on the True Chaos ranking. Was Mount Taihao doomed? What the 2 of you mean is that Mount Taihao should evacuate as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Thank you for the information. Sword Saint Wu Sha's expression was solemn. He stood up and thanked them. You're welcome. We'll take our leave first. The two immediately proposed a leave. They had come as messengers, but no one had expected such a thing to happen. Of course, they did not dare to stay. They had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were involved, they would die in vain. Sword Saint Wu Sha thanked them and had no intention of asking them to stay. Thinking, Sword Saint Wu Sha kept thinking. A peerless master like the Snow Taoist might go to Mount Taihao. He felt a sense of oppression. What should he do? For a moment, Sword Saint Wu Sha was confused. Did he really have to prepare and evacuate with the people of Mount Taihao? That was equivalent to giving up the foundation of Mount Taihao. Moreover, evacuating with the people of Mount Taihao meant that they would have to stay in the chaotic universe for a long time. It was very dangerous in the chaotic universe. Who knew how many people would die? Unfortunately, the Mountain Lord was still in seclusion. Great Elder, what's troubling you? A gentle voice immediately rang out, causing the no-kill Sword Art, who was deep in thought, to suddenly wake up. Mountain Lord. Sword Saint Wu Sha was delighted. The Mountain Lord had come out of seclusion. He had to tell him about this matter and let him decide. True Chaos Ranking. Snow Taoist. Chunzong immediately pondered. Sword Saint Wu Sha waited for Chunzong's decision. Whether to evacuate or stay, Chunzong was in charge, because Chunzong was now the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao. He was the supreme leader of Mount Taihao. Don't worry too much. Everything will proceed as usual. I'll deal with the Snow Taoist, Chunzong said with a smile after pondering for a few breaths. Okay, Sword Saint Wu Sha responded immediately, his eyes shining. He was well aware of Chunzong's character. He was not a frivolous person, nor was he an arrogant person. Chunzong must have had a certain level of confidence before he said such words. Since he was so confident, Taihao Mountain should have no worries. Snow Taoist, a peerless powerhouse ranked 89th on the Chaotic Universe ranking. I'll use you to test my current strength. Chunzong's lips curled into a smile. The inner universe had fused with his body, becoming one with no distinction. His cultivation had also broken through to a higher level, which was equivalent to the true saint realm. Mixed Yuan heart force filled every part of his body, completely fusing with his body. It was as if it was inexhaustible, and it could be easily recovered after consumption. Now, Chunzong was sure that his strength must have increased by many times, at least 10 times. However, Chunzong himself wasn't very clear about what level he had reached. Fight! Only through fighting, and only through fighting with a powerful opponent, could he determine his current level of strength. Snow Taoist would undoubtedly be a very good opponent. Snow Taoist's battle record was amazing. He had killed 3 true Saint Realm powerhouses with one stroke. Such strength was indeed terrifying, but those 3 true Saint Realm powerhouses were just ordinary true saints. However, Snow Taoist could kill 3 true saints with one stroke. Such strength was indeed very shocking. However, ordinary true Saint Realm powerhouses can't block one stroke of my sword, Chunzong thought to himself. The strength of the true Saint Stage expert from the Star Sect was indeed not weak. He had to use his full strength and expend a lot of effort to kill him. What about now? One stroke. He didn't even need to use all his strength. One stroke was enough. With such strength, Chunzong was not afraid at all, even if he were to face a peerless powerhouse on the Chaotic Universe ranking. Fight! While meditating and comprehending the mysteries of swordsmanship and sword principle, he also thought about his future cultivation. Because after the inner universe had merged with his body, Chunzong felt that his path forward was cut off. After all, this was his own cultivation path. It was his own creation, and there was no experience to follow. He could only continue to ponder, explore, and comprehend. Time passed slowly. After the inner universe had merged with his body, Chunzong's cultivation realm had directly broken through. This made it seem as though he was standing at a higher place and could see more beautiful scenery. Naturally, it was easier for him to comprehend the mysteries of swordsmanship and sword principle. 10 times. His comprehension speed had increased by 10 times. Hence, the fourth sword principle of Godhood realm had been born. Now, the fifth sword principle had begun to be born. In the vast void, a snow-white chaotic flying ship that looked like an arrow flew at an astonishing speed. Its speed was extremely fast, completely surpassing the speed of a low-level chaotic flying ship by many times. In the snow-white chaotic flying ship, a snow-white figure stood. A pair of light, red, gem-like eyes stared and locked onto Taihao Mountain. Snow Taoist had come. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.